There's no one there to raise
Says
them.
WSG.
If you did.
How we doing, Jeremiah?
What's up, y'all? What's up, Jalen? I don't understand.
How we doing?
Too loud. Shit is too loud.
Doing Kiwi says June 15th.
Rocket Man. Is June 15th your birthday?
How we doing, Brachia?
I'm gonna turn the sound down. Think it's gonna. What's up, Ryder? Bro.
How we doing, Rider X? Joshua. Spam says Zion. User says, do you get that a lot? Says Zion. How we doing, the only one? Noah Shannon says, stop calling him Zion. Joshua. Spam says at joshua.spam. How we doing, Key? How we doing, Dread? Caden says, how we doing? This dude was Zion Williamson at first glance. How we doing, user? How we doing, Christian Sintel as friends?
What up, y'all?
How we doing, Joshua? Spam.
So, I had my 10-year high school reunion today. That was interesting. I reconnected with some guys. I went to an all-boys Catholic school. And I never thought I would be excited about or like looking forward to something like a high school reunion, but I was looking forward to it and I had fun. It was nice to reconnect with the guys. So the reunion was of two classes. It was the class of 2016 and the class of 1966. And so like those guys graduated in 1966, which is crazy because they were high schoolers during the civil rights era, which is insane. But that was the room was full of people who were in high school during the civil rights movement. It's just like crazy to think about. I don't think I thought about it in those terms. It's just like right now that came to my mind, but that's kind of what the situation was. And yeah, man. But anyway, aside from that though, it was a good experience. It's cool to see those guys again. And I'm gonna do my best to stay connected. I'm trying to lean into things instead of shying away from things in life. Not things in life, but like relationships. I'm trying to do my best to lean into relationships, to foster a greater quality of the relationships I have in my life. So not just know people, but get to know them. So yeah, and this morning Shannon and I like had breakfast with a friend of a friend, this couple, and that was nice. So we're doing the hard work, chat. We're doing the hard work.
How we doing, Gage Right? Jay says you look like Elon Musk. How we doing, J&M Beer? How we doing? Jay says Elon Musk. How we doing, Pacer fan?
Hey,
How we doing, Leon?
alright. Can you guys hear me well? Let me see. Testing. Baby.
How we doing,
LA
J&M?
lady.
Chaka Highlights says yes.
Seems just for the band. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for letting me
How we
know.
doing,
It's
New
very
State?
helpful. So thank you. Iris Smile.
Jacoby
Merry
says
music, man.
How we doing, Francisco?
Ballerina. Must see.
How we doing, Malik Thomas CSCS? How we doing, Jonathan? Says How we doing, Malik Thomas CSCS?
In the
How we doing,
streets of the dawn.
How we doing, Paul Levitt? How we doing, Javion? How we doing, Bruce? How we doing, Jacoby?
When she hung. Appreciate the likes, guys.
How we doing, Braydonna?
Do I go live every day? I have been recently, but it's not going to be a normal thing.
Highlights says no problem. How we doing, chat? How we doing, Jared? Chaka is going off. How we doing, Jay Brooks? How we doing, Kale? Says can you remember me? How we doing, Randy?
Well, Jonathan, I got you.
How we doing, JACEDMA? How we doing, JC Huber? How we doing, ZJ? How we doing, Louise? How we doing, Matt? Awesome. How we doing, the egg fishing? Three dogs. How we doing, Chuck? How we doing, Colin? Respectful Terry says we're just fight.
What's up, dude? Not much. Just wanted to get an hour in before the day expires. I need to lower the volume of this game, dude. It's too much. Won't let me do it in the tutorial.
Respectful K says you saw the Summer Games Fest.
I have not. I haven't caught up or stayed abreast of like gaming news lately. I usually watch game ranks for those things, but I didn't watch the PlayStation State of Play. I didn't watch Summer Games Fest, so I'm gonna catch up with that stuff on Sunday. I need settings, dude. I need to lower.
How we doing, B-Dog? Respectful K says game ranks didn't mention half of it. Want me to say some of them?
Yeah, go for it.
Says, how we doing as in dollar? How we doing, Blake Ray? Bunkler Jingus says Francis, come back to the US. How we doing, respect? How we doing, Bo Wygern? Miles Salson says, yo. How we doing? How we doing, Mers? Joe Bobby says finish a game UNC. How we doing, D's Justin? Miles Salson says how's it going today?
Going alright, man. How are you doing?
What do you have for dinner?
I had like jerk chicken.
How we doing, Liam?
Miles, what's up, Miles?
How we doing, Walkills?
Yeah, I had jerk chicken. Was fire. Shannon made it. Some plantains, some rice.
How we doing, Star? Quentin. Liam Gaffney says, what's up, Brew?
What's up, Liam? Not much, brother. How you doing?
He says, has anyone in real life thought you were actually Zion?
Wow, so many characters. I'm glad I got this game. Add a 2D platformer to our repertoire chat.
How we doing, Raw? Respectful K says most are names you or I wouldn't recognize, but the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game got reconfirmed. How we doing, Oscar G? Miles
okay, word. That's cool. Not as much anymore, but I've lifted like most of my life, so that's why my build looks like that. Yeah, my Saturday was pretty good, man. I got to connect with some people. I had a lot of time socializing with people and building and strengthening relationships, and I'm really focusing on that for like the rest of my life, honestly. And you know, taking like actionable steps toward that today felt really good for me.
How we doing, Saint?
So many characters, bro. So many weapons. Oh, this game is gonna be fun, dude. This game is gonna be fun. Yeah. Different kind of productivity, but for sure.
How we doing? B-Dog says, what's your favorite NBA team? Liam Gaffney says, that's something I've been working on too. I feel like having connections is so underrated.
Having connections is probably the most important thing, right? Life is a game of relationships. Life is a game of relationships, and
how we doing, our mom?
And sort of, yeah, no, it's really more of a game of relationships than it is anything else. Human beings are social creatures. Life is a game of relationships, so you want to cultivate positive, quality relationships with people.
How we doing?
Phase 1. It's very mobile game oriented. That's cool. I'm familiar with these. It'd be nice to play a mobile game on the PC. I have like Bleach Brave
Respectful
Souls,
K
but
says going to
I
try
haven't
out
played that in a
Valorant on
while.
some advanced movement. How we doing booty tickle you some in time.
Which
B-Dog says what's
is
your favorite
off the
NBA
grid
team?
a racing game? My favorite NBA team is the Celtics and the Lakers.
How
Stage
we
clear,
doing in
complete the
Robert?
stage in 300 seconds. HP is greater than
Liam Gaffney
30%
says
when
honestly,
completing the
some quality
stage.
relationships with quality people can be good as a college degree sometimes. How we doing
Yeah,
Trey
no,
Lasky?
absolutely. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. If you have a college degree and you don't have
How we
quality
doing JC Kelly?
relationships, well, it really doesn't matter.
Liam Gaffney says did you go to college? How we doing
Yeah,
Yuzma?
I went to Springfield.
How we doing locked in with Tyler? How we doing?
There's some interesting components happening here, but seems like we
Liam
haven't
Gaffney
unlocked
says,
those
"Man, I
yet,
think
so
you
we're
might
just going
want
to
to do
start.
trade school after I graduate."
Yeah, it's a good
How we
option.
doing
So if
Baby?
it's something
Respectful K says off
you
the
want to
grid,
do,
battle
do it.
royale with jetpacks and advanced movement and gunplay looks smooth.
See, okay.
How we doing J Dub? How we doing Olinama?
I can't use my D-pad to move. That's actually so annoying.
Respectful K says not a fan of that. How we doing Levi Allen? Combat looks fun.
Hmm.
How we doing Top Gunner? How we doing Anokai Asterisk Plus? How
I
we
used to
doing
play this game for my
HAYDNC?
PSP growing up, or at least a version of it. Maverick Hunter X.
How we doing Ulysses X? Liam Gaffney says recently I made a connection with a dude who's giving me free coding lessons, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
How we
And
doing
you know,
Gaffney?
it's I think one of the biggest things is being open to wherever relationships start, and
How
like
we doing
not
Jay?
having like particular expectations, like wanting something from someone is perfectly okay, because people have skills and
How we
knowledge
doing
to
Play DZ?
offer us, and that's just life, right? Like and also like a relationship can start
How we
as
doing Zane
something
Campbell?
like or it can start as one thing and blossom into something else. It can start sort of transactional and blossom into like something
How we
more
doing
sort of
Julian?
quality, something more harmonious. It can start as lots of things can happen, and we just have to make our or be
How we
open
doing
to
Jaden?
the ebbs and flows of life, and go for the things that we want. And I'm saying this to myself. I'm working to put
Jaden
this into
says
greater
awesome.
practice for myself.
How we doing? How we doing Julian? How we doing Rayhan? Orem Street R says yo is you Zion. How we doing Silas? How we doing KJ? Liam Gaffney says I feel like going live like you're doing is a How really we doing B Dog people as well.
It is. It is.
Zane Campbell is getting
Democracy is a
spicy.
numbers game. Life is a numbers game.
How we doing Orem Street R says how tall are you?
You guys keep asking how tall I am. I don't understand why the obsession with my height. I mean, I know people just have an obsession with height in general, but why do you care how tall I am? Like, what does that do for you?
How we doing GAGELLOYDW?
So I can easily switch between these two. That's really cool.
GAGELLOYDW is getting spicy. How we doing, Alan? How we doing, B-Dog? How we doing, KJ? How we doing, Amare may cry? How we doing, TRDSTR? How we doing, McLean? How we doing? Liam Gaffney says, if you don't mind me asking this kinda random question, do you have any hobbies that you like doing? How we doing, Ash?
Yeah, I have a ton of hobbies. Gaming is my primary hobby. Other than that, I just like to learn in general, like random
How we
things,
doing, Ace
mostly
Mustard?
about history. And then I don't really consider this a hobby because I think it's a lifelong necessity, but just
How we doing, Dollar
like
Dog?
learn about the state of the world and our lives. Um, I like to work out. I like to run,
How we
and
doing,
I've
Aiden?
shifted my working out to more being fit as
For the
opposed to
Riley
like
says Zion.
gaining muscle. So I'm focusing on my balance. I'm focusing on my
How
flexibility.
we doing, Pedro?
Um,
She hates Peyton, so what's up, gang?
my muscle endurance as opposed to like the size of my
How we
muscles or
doing,
anything like
Abraham?
that. Focusing on my cardiovascular health, the sort of practical uses of my muscles, so
How we
things like
doing,
that, which is
Absurd
a big
Gerber?
shift from how I'm used to working out. So I'm learning how to do this because I'm used to working out in a way that's centered around like building strength because I played football growing up
How we
and I
doing,
ran
Kaden
track.
B?
Um, was that Pepe? Oh, Payne, what's up, brother? Pedro, appreciate the gifts. Payne, are we on the cruise? Tell me we're on the cruise.
How we doing,
Tell me
Freddy
we're
Fred?
cruise paying now. Tell me we've unlocked a new form. Tell me we're actively transforming.
How we doing, Aiden?
We cruising, baby. We cruising. Let's go. We cruising, Chad. You hear that? We cruising. That's what I'm talking about. We cruising, baby. Let's
How we doing,
go.
Jordan?
Let's go.
Liam
Quit
Gaffney
playing
says
with
we
me.
have actually the same hair. I am a sprinter, so I don't really go to the gym for big muscles either. How we doing,
Hmm.
Rita?
Yeah, I'm focusing on flexibility and stability moving forward.
How we doing, Timberwolfistan?
Just had an evil trickle in his Facebook. Wait, what? I don't understand. What do you mean? Please elaborate.
How we doing, Respect?
Yeah, the controls are kind of solid. You can really switch through the different equipped weapons from like melee to like a
How we doing,
blaster,
Billy B?
and then it like auto tracks. That's pretty sick.
He says like it was a red pickle and a home with pizza.
Huh?
How we doing, Cake?
Interesting. Was it good?
How we doing, John
or
Barkley?
this evil entail not just the color, but the fact that it was bad.
Liam Gaffney says flexibility is something that I really need to work on. I feel tight in my muscles frequently. How we doing, Emmanuel?
Yeah, and it's not good for us. It's also not safe. It makes you prone to injury because when your muscles can't flex, they will tear instead.
How we
Um,
doing,
so
Cinephile?
yeah, that's my main focus now, and it feels fun. But I mean, like but I don't think I would
How
have
we doing,
been more
Isaiah?
open
Jesus
to
Hayden says I
working
love
out for
YouTube.
that reason if I wasn't already in a place where I felt good about my sort of
How we doing,
the
Turtle
muscle
Southwest?
I've built up. All right, Peyton, good to hear from you, bro. Enjoy the cruise. Remember what we talked about, and have fun, man.
How we doing, Joe? How we doing, Chama? How we doing, Frank shaking face? Respectful face says W Stream.
Appreciate you, brother.
How we doing, Josiah Brooks? Liam Gaffney says back when you did track, what was your event?
I did 4x4, 4x1, 400, sometimes the 100,
How we doing,
long jump,
Utah?
triple jump. And then indoors, I did 300, 4x2. Oh, shit.
How we doing, Utah? How we doing, Copenhagen? How we doing, I dunno. How we doing, Chaz Conklin?
Hmm.
Chaz Conklin says, bro, stop saying Zion. How we doing, our charge? User says, what are we playing tonight?
This is the
doing, Jackson?
Mega Man. Hold on, let me find the actual name, but it's a collection of like a ton of Mega Man games. It's called Mega Man X Dive
How we
Offline.
doing, Diego?
Actually, it might just be one Mega Man game. I think I
How
guess
we
it's
doing,
newer.
Andrew?
Yeah, it's newer. It's like they took a lot of the Mega Man lore and like kind of put in the Maverick Hunter X
How we doing,
formula.
Juan?
Man, I think if you're a Mega Man fan, you're gonna love this, man. It has a ton of
User says, is
content.
it like a remake of a
Um,
retro game? How we
kind
doing, Juan?
of. It's kind of a remake of a retro game. That's a good way of thinking about it. But it's not like purely a remake because they've added a
Our
bunch of
charge
new
says, hey,
things.
arrive, what's How up? We doing, our charge?
What's up, dude?
How we doing, Chris? Our charge says the fights were good, made some money. You want a galaxy? How we doing,
Sure,
Ice
dude.
Angel?
I'll take a galaxy.
User says, how was
I'll
your
take a
high school
follow. I'll
reunion?
take a like. High school reunion was nice. I was happy to reconnect with some people I haven't seen in a long time. One guy I hadn't seen since we graduated, so that was cool. It's been 10 years since I've seen him. Actually, a couple of
How we
guys, it's
doing,
been 10
Chris?
years since I've seen them, so that was really nice. And it was cool to see just where they are in life, how they're feeling about things, how
How
they're
we
doing.
doing, no
Just chat it up
designates?
with them, and like I said, I'm making a conscious effort to strengthen my relationships, and I think that's very important.
How we
So
doing,
yeah,
Ron?
it was good. Thanks for asking. How was your day?
Liam Gaffney says, I am in high school right How we doing, it's Carter? By.
High school flies by, man.
Mortal Shell 2 beta looks like it's only on Steam.
Hmm.
User says my day was fire. I dunno is going off. Made it even better.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad, man. Yeah, if you're in
How are
high
you doing,
school,
Michael Paster?
don't like shoehorn yourself into a clique. Like, go out there, meet people, bro. Talk to
How are you
people.
doing,
You
Leslie?
like
Dull.
be friends with
This says
everyone,
number
bro.
6 charge. Are the fights almost over or are they
Be
coming?
friends with everyone, and if like obviously if
Leslie
there are
says
people you
adults
don't
should
really
practice
vibe with,
patience.
people who you don't have the same values
Haas says are using
with,
Google
don't
Translate.
like force things. If you like see somebody doing something or acting in a way you don't respect, don't be
How
friends
we
with them. But
doing,
like
JD?
if you think somebody is cool or friendly, talk to them, hang out with them, like ask them about their lives, their like hopes and dreams, their
How we doing,
worries
Big
and
Dog?
concerns. Get to know them. Strengthen the quality of your relationships is
Water
very
Crystal
important.
says Yo Francis and Go.
The quality of our
How we doing,
relationships
David
is
Potter?
what dictates the quality of our life. If you have high quality relationships, and by high quality, all I mean is there's depth to your
How
relationships.
we
You
doing,
know these
Slim Reaper?
people. You know about the things they care about. You know about the things that concerns them. You know about their hopes and dreams. You spend time
How we
with
doing,
them.
Maddox?
You show
Leslie
up for
says
them. They
adults
show
should
up for
play
you.
tennis.
They know about your hopes and dreams,
Haas
your
says what's your
concerns.
favorite?
If you have relationships like
How
that, you're
we
gonna have
doing
a
at
better life.
basketball? User says a good relationship can get you far in life. How we doing to JS?
It can get you far in life, and it can also enrich your life outside of just the material benefit. You like you have people who care about you.
How
You
we
have
doing,
people you
Leslie?
care about. You have
David
people
says
who
you
show
punch like a
up
crab.
for you. You have people you show up for. Something to get you out of bed that's outside of yourself. It's very important,
How we doing, Dylan?
right? Like, I'm not going to pretend that there's not a selfish component to it, right? It can benefit you in like a material sense, but outside of the
How we
material,
doing,
it
Phil?
can benefit you in a great deal of ways that uh meet your other needs, right? If we think about
I unfriended.
Maslow's hierarchy of need, our needs to belong and
Respectful K says
um
practice people like
feel
Alex.
safe, our human connections foster that.
How we doing, DD? How we doing, Goki? How we doing, Playboy? Respectful K says world's full of lonely people afraid to make the first move.
Pretty much. Yeah. They talk about there being a
How
loneliness
we doing, Peter
epidemic.
AE?
And a lot of that stems from fear and like a lack of like the
User
tools
says one good friend
that are
is plenty,
useful
not too
to,
many. How we
yeah.
doing,
And it's
Ace?
also
Don't worry
20
about
good
it.
friends are better than one good friends. But I think we lack the tools for learning. Anxiety is
How
rampant
we doing,
because we're
Freeman?
exposed to these like notions of how we should engage as opposed to like actually doing the engagement, right? We see all these like
How we doing,
superficial
CZACT?
and contrived and
Liam
fake
Gaffney says I feel
models
like a lot of
of how
people
we
haven't
should
done much
be
back.
in
That's
TV
unfortunate.
and social media as
Big Dog
opposed to
says
like
Francis. How we
actually
doing, Kovias?
figuring out how to sort of engage with people through
Respectful
doing.
K says social media and
um and the only way to
How we doing,
contend
ARA?
with that is to go out there and do it. Go out there and meet people. Go out there and get rejected. Go out there and like feel like uncomfortable. Feel
How we
cringy.
doing, Bree
Feel
Starkey?
feel all the things that happen when you engage with human beings, when you live life. Those feelings are a result of living life. Don't be afraid of them.
How we
Understand
doing,
they're just
Jasper?
a natural part of life. They're not negative. How we interpret them is what makes them negative.
How we doing, Big Dog? User says it's better to be uncomfortable right now than to regret. How we doing, Jeb?
Pretty much.
How we doing, JAYJU? User says what? How we doing on abortion?
My opinion on abortion. I think the state should not be
How
involved
we doing?
in what women do with their bodies. I think that we should foster a society in which people have the resources to have children and provide for those children. I wish we had a culture that did not stigmatize. Wait, wait. Let me finish my point. I wish we fostered a culture where uh, the means by which or the conditions in which somebody gives birth is not stigmatized, right? Be it out of wedlock or whatever else, we should simply celebrate the life. Um, and if we had a culture that did that, if we had a culture that simply celebrated life, we had a culture that provided the material things that people need to survive, that children need to survive, that parents need to do the child rearing. Um, if those two things were present, um, the people who are against abortion would be able to uh, sort of get closer to their end goal without um, giving the state tyrannical power over women's bodies. Because I think if you had a material circumstance where it was safe, it was supported culturally and materially to have children, women would have children more than getting abortions. And if abortions were legal and safe, that would be the ideal situation where people are materially supported, they're culturally supported, they're socially, emotionally supported, and abortion was legal and safe. You would minimize abortions, because the fact of the matter is, even if you make abortion illegal, if somebody feels like having a kid will destroy their lives, they will have an abortion. And so all you do then is criminalize people and create a dangerous situation for the individual, and by giving the state this tyrannical power over people. And so the only reasonable approach is to, again, create a social context wherein people have material support, people have social and emotional support, and abortion is legal and safe. In such a context, you would minimize the abortions that happen as a result of people not feeling financially able or socially supported to have children. And the people who simply, also, contraceptives will be widespread, and sexual education and things of that nature. I think that such a context would greatly limit abortions. That's my stance on abortion. Now, people will hear me say that and say, oh, that's like a political answer. That's a safe answer. No, that's a problem solving answer. That's a reasonable answer. Well, I guess I'm curious what you mean by they have your, or you have their back, and they don't have your back. What does having each other's back mean and look like?
How we doing? Stop purchasing. How we doing that monk Kelsey?
There is no serious concern for abortions in our country. It's just a way that the elites manipulate the emotions of the populace to get them to support their political causes and political parties. So abortion is obviously a hot button issue, and the elites recognize that, oh, if we like rile people up based on this like very emotionally charged issue, we can get them to support us. If the government actually helps people with babies, like universal healthcare, abortion would go down. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not like rocket science. Like, obviously it would, but their goal isn't to like problem solve. Their goal is to stoke division, fear, and prey on people's emotions. That's their goal. That's their end game. That's why they have been doing it for decades and having the same tired, quote unquote, debate. It's nonsense. It's just political and social manipulation.
How we doing then we can't. How we doing? User says, what's your opinion on people getting abortions because they have disability? How we doing, CBI?
Because the fetus will have a disability.
You are a good person to talk to FR.
Thanks, Liam. Catch you later, man. Who has a disability? The fetus or the person giving birth?
User says, yeah, either the fetus will have a disability or the parent has a disability. How we doing, T-Real?
Well, if having, catch you later, Liam, if having the kid threatens the parent's life, then I'm against that. Because how are we justifying, like, sacrificing the person that is here right now for someone who doesn't exist yet? Yeah, no, I'm not. If in any way giving birth will threaten the life of the individual, that fetus should be aborted. In terms of the fetus having a disability, I don't know how many cases where that's like prevalent, but if it is, like, I mean, that's people's choice, man. That's people's choice. They can choose to do what they want.
How we doing, JK?
I would choose to have the kid because I don't think a disability is a problem. But I'm not the one who has to raise that child, and I don't support a position that says force that woman, like the state can force that woman to have the child, because that's tyrannical. I don't really have an opinion on it. I don't know what you mean. What's my opinion on it? Like, are you asking what's my opinion on people who get abortions because the fetus might have a disability? Is that your question?
How we doing, the Matt Santana? User says, like, where do you stand?
I still don't understand your question. You're gonna have to be more specific or elaborate.
How we doing, Eli? So we don't do it unless it was forced. How we doing, Mr. Angel? How we doing, YBG Wilbo? Like is morally right to abort just because they will have a disability, if you get me.
Is it morally right to abort just because they will have a disability? I don't know if it's morally right or wrong. I wouldn't get an abortion. Well, I can't get an abortion because I'm not a woman. So, all I can do is speak in the hypothetical. I would not.
How we doing, Sage Bladden?
I mean, there are ways of knowing, but I would not want my partner to get an abortion because our potential child might have a disability. In terms of the morality of it, we're asking what is the harm being done, and at the end of the day, the harm is still the same as abortion or non-abortion, and I am on the side of women have the autonomy over their body to have an abortion if they want to. So I don't think it's a question of morality. I don't think abortion is morally wrong. And it's just coming from someone who was almost aborted. I don't think abortion is morally wrong.
YBG Wilbo is
I don't think you get to tell women to, like, I don't think anyone, especially not the state, should get to force women to, like, go through excruciating pain and destroy their bodies irreparably, and also have to support a life. That's insanity. Also, I reject entirely I reject entirely this very debate, this very conversation
How are we
within
doing
the
user
U.S.
feedback?
political, uh,
Disego says bro
or I
duplexes.
reject this conversation and this debate within the U.S.
User
body
says like it's
politic
wrong when a
because
16-year-old is
it
playing. How are we
is
doing
a
Diego Escobedo?
it is it is a farce. It is a spectacle. It is not in good faith. It's not sincere. The very basis
How are we doing
of
holy
it
smokes?
is uh fabricated to sow resentment and division. Um,
How are we doing
I
Catbird
think
says you agree.
this
I have a
idea,
question too.
this idea that it is a matter of saving lives and morality, I think is proven to be
How are we
false.
doing K Chris?
Because everything else about our society does not in any way prioritize life or what is moral. Because if we cared so much about prioritizing life,
How are
we
we
would
doing
take care of
Eric?
the people
User
who
feedback.
exist in life. And so I reject any actor, any orator, any
How are we
so-called
doing
champion of
CFB?
whatever cause that suggests that this is the hill they're gonna die on, while not advocating for people who are
How are we
alive right
doing
now,
Nick
not
Jordans?
advocating for the betterment of the lives of people who exist right now. To turn your attention to something like
How are we doing
abortion,
legal Joseph?
and paint and feign into sort of care about the life and the moral implications of
How are
that,
we doing
um,
KAYDN?
without or without championing uh, policies that create a material
How are we doing
circumstance that meets everyone's needs in the society,
Disego says peace
um,
pizzas on YouTube.
is hypocritical beyond belief. It's hypocritical beyond reason, and it
How are we
speaks
doing Devin?
to them
Teaser says I
acting
will
in
be there
bad
all the
faith.
way next week.
It reveals them as acting in bad faith. So I reject it.
How are we doing Nita Jordans? User says, do you think every life is worth saving, or are just some people not worth it?
I think everyone is
How are we
as
doing Big
deserving
Stuffy?
of um, life and dignity as anyone else. I think what the hill that people often
Disego
die on
says getting
is,
spicy.
well, then a fetus deserves to live as well. Um,
How are we doing
and
bare body Dead
I don't think there is a, I don't think it makes sense to sort of
How are we doing
draw
Mr.
the line
LW?
at a fetus, and here's why. It's completely arbitrary. Sometimes people will say, "Oh, well, we should draw the line when like
How are we
the
doing
fetus
Zip
can
says
feel
peace
pain," and that is also arbitrary. There is no sort of objective position at which we decide that a
How are
human
we
being
doing
is
Trevor?
born, except there actually is. It's when they're fucking born. It's when they're born. It's when they're born. That's when we decide they are a human being. It's when they're born. But when it
How are we
comes to,
doing
again,
Box
because this
Messiah?
is socially fabricated to soul division, we suddenly throw that out of the water and act like fetuses have
How are we
like
doing
rights. No,
Jordans?
people who are
Or
born
just
have
whatever?
rights. Being born is when you become alive. And if the alternative is that the state gets power to have tyrannical control over women's bodies, I reject that. Also, if we are drawing any kind
How
of
are we
line
doing
as to
Agent
determine when
007?
life starts, it's arbitrary. Because why does it start at a fetus and not at a sperm, right? And why are we not policing
How are we doing Adrian?
men's sort of killing of their sperm? Every sperm is a potential child. Every sperm is a
Doing legal
potential
Josh
child. So
Gordon.
whenever a man masturbates, he is committing like genocide.
Disego
He's
says I
committing
will be
mass
there
murder.
soon, dude.
He's committing mass murder, but you
How
don't
are we
see
doing
any
Felon?
conversations around that. You don't see conversations around men should like always donate their sperm
How are we
as
doing
to
Spirits? Vaughn says
protect the
Trevor.
potential of that sperm becoming life. That would be morally consistent. That would be logically consistent. But you don't see that
How are
conversation
we
happening
doing
because it's
Nero?
not a matter of preserving life. It's a matter of division and social control.
Disego says every time I do, how are we doing? Committing genocide. Funkstick Funkos Egg says you talking about Palestine.
I'm talking about the
How
farce
are we
that
doing
is the
Cocaine
quote
CJJ says
unquote
Prince
abortion
Levi.
debate. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. It's not a real
User
thing.
Lil Mega Man. User says I feel like if men could have abortions, how we doing low tide can't have women of it. Zeno, Real says you look like Zion Williamson.
Yeah, we live in a patriarchal system, so it comes as no surprise that something that only impacts women's bodies is acted like the state has any say in it. Is framed as though the state has any say in it.
How we doing, Logan? User says like if men had periods, we would have days off and all the products would be free.
Pretty much. Because men control this society. Trying not to be an embarrassment. Tell me that I look just like a man.
How we doing, JP?
Trying not to be an embarrassment.
How we doing?
Only read what? What are you talking about? I need to keep this. All right. So it's only when I turn that way that it does that. What about like 160?
You always have good conversations. Lisigo says the one that agreed with you. Drayden, Roey says Zion Williams streaming now.
What did you say that disagree with me? All right, let's scroll up. Here's someone being an idiot.
How we doing, Joel? Bliss.
Okay, so your comment about simply dismissing the conversation is you're saying something that's worth me engaging with. I can't with these people. Anyway, moving on. No, you are. You are. Absolutely. Absolutely. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think it's a serious conversation. I think it's completely politically manufactured to sow hate, to sow resentment, division, and to sow division, to prey on the emotions of people. To prey on their religious indoctrination. And it works like a charm.
How we doing, Adrian?
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot I could do this. I have to put up with the nonsense.
How we doing, Alwind? How we doing, the Wizard XP?
Oh, yeah, I think I saw some of your comments.
How we doing, RJ? How we doing, Brock? How we doing, Ben? How we doing, yo, Dusty Uncle? Diaper Bagdra says Zion doing everything but playing ball pro. How we doing, JAD? Divine says, has anyone ever told you that you look like Zion Williams? How we doing, Lamelisiaklan Snoopy Heat? How we doing, Bray? How we doing, Nina? User says any plans for
Sunday? Try to meet with my team. We are working through a process, seeing how it works for us and iterating it, making some changes to it, and just figuring it out.
How we doing, Drake?
No, not the Pelicans.
User says, what did you eat today? How we doing early extension final boss?
Jerk chicken and rice. Oh, who's this guy?
How we doing ball out? Drake Melton says, what's up, Zion?
What's up, dude?
User says, same thing as yesterday, huh? How
Yeah,
we doing,
leftovers.
Divine says, I am a neo-libertarian phalangist.
I don't know what that last part entails. Also,
Drake Melton says,
please
God
explain
bless
what that means. Actually, explain what the whole thing entails.
How we doing?
Explain what the whole thing entails, please.
How we doing? Logan is D.
まあそんなところだなあああマジ行こうおっと
How we doing? C Dizzy. Drake
まあ
Melton says,
そ
why
う
are
い
you
うこと
sad?
かはは
User says, I know I've talked about a Carmelo. How we doing? But have you
Star,
seen people saying
Maxi.
they want to lynch him?
Nope. I haven't seen it. I still don't know what the case is. I don't know if you've ever talked about what the case is, like why there's a case. I could just look into it, but I don't really care to. But if you want to discuss it, like I've said, feel free to inform me about the details of the case.
How we doing? Ulysses. Drake Melton says, why you bulla met? How we doing? Yusuf. Star. Maxi says, Zion. User says, basically Carmelo Anthony was at a track meet and went to a tent that wasn't his school's. How we doing? Daniels. How we doing? Quandale Dingle. Drake Melton says, do you know what Zion looks like? Star. Maxi says, yo Zion. User says, in a white kid. How we doing? Carter. It was raining, so he refused and it ended in a fight. Playbo Carter says, why does bro look like Zion?
Okay. And what happened after that fight? Or is the trial about the fight?
Maxi. Drake Melton says, Quandale Dingle. Playbo Carter says, do you like when PPL call you Zion? How we doing? I love Jesus.
Do I like it? What do you think?
Warren says, are you Zion Williams? How we doing? The Serrano. How we doing?
Playbo
Pacer
Carter
fan
says,
says, how you doing today?
Party, I'm good. How are you?
New Overwatch says, anyone ever say you look like Zion? How we doing? Todd. User says Carmelo killed him with a knife, and some people say it was self-defense, some say not. Maiden
Carmelo
says,
killed
"What's up,
him
man?"
with a knife.
How we doing?
This was a
Anna?
child? This was a child at a track meet? Like a high school student?
Warren says, how we doing? Booby the Williams. User says, yay, they were like 17.
Damn.
Star.
And this was Carmelo Anthony, the basketball
How
player?
we doing? Neno PTW. Playbo Carter says Carl Malone 13. Drake Melton says RIP. New Overwatch says, how we doing? Noah Jet Zion. Not even trying to be moved. How we doing? Isaiah Westbrook. User says no, but some people say, why was he even under their tent in the first place? How we doing? Sage Bladden. How we doing? Asala. Drake Melton says ass.
Yeah, but like, are we talking about Carmelo Anthony, the basketball player?
How we doing? La Flam Eye.
Also,
we doing
being
JT
at
squad?
someone else's tent at a track meet is not
Says
illegal.
Joe
So,
self-defense because he's like 5'10" and never 6'1" and no, not the basketballs. How we doing, La?
oh, it's just like a
Flameye says
person.
Zion is
Okay.
tough.
Um. Yeah, I mean, sounds like an unfortunate situation, and I don't really know what happened. So, hopefully, the jury figures it out. Hopefully, they construct a jury that is capable of the highest degree of impartiality that can sort of result from a situation like that.
Flameye.
Rarely do they do that.
Drake Melton says
Um,
User says, well, it was
I
who confronted him for being under the wrong school's tent. How we doing Tazo's stats?
I see. It was two brothers that confronted him, and he killed them both, or he killed one of them.
How we doing Brian? How we doing Money Wait?
Okay, so there's three characters. I have this one.
User
What are the
says Carmelo's
stats?
The one that killed the kid that killed one argues that they tried to jump him. Drake
Hmm.
Melton says, do you like Zion? How we doing West Side? Elijah Cold says Zionn. User says, is that Zion? How we doing East Coast? How we doing JG? Ozzy says Zion. User says, but the others say how we doing JP Elite? It's murder, not self-defense. La Flameye says yo.
What's up, Flam? Yeah,
How we doing Elijah?
I guess we'll find out. Hopefully, they have a
Drake Melton
jury
says it's
again that
not
is
people call you Zion FYI. How we doing Ozzy?
capable of being impartial given the circumstances. And
Because Alejandro
yeah, it's an
says
unfortunate
Zion
situation.
Keanu.
It's an
How we doing
unfortunate
JP
situation.
Elite? User says this case is basically white versus black Pole side with how we doing Pink? Ya says who's your favorite video game character Oat?
I think the reason black people are siding with the Carmelo kid, given the context, is because black people are murdered by white people all the time and get away with it.
How we doing? Jordan Camp B.
And not saying this is murder, but black people are killed at the hands of white people and get away with it. And I think
How we doing Nolan Way?
given that we live in a white supremacist society, if
How we doing
two white
Jordan Camp B?
people
Are outside the courthouse saying he should have
pull up on you, and are two people who are white pull up on you and are aggressive, I don't think it's wild to think that you're in danger. It's an unfortunate situation. Hopefully they figure it out. It's regrettable that somebody lost their life. It's regrettable that we live in a white supremacist society. It's regrettable that the children feel so on edge. It's regrettable that
How we doing Tazo?
that kid felt like he had to have a knife to protect himself because we live in a dangerous society.
User says, and a big thing about this case is how we doing hooping light skin white and denied POC.
Well, there you go. So much for impartial jury, huh? Super track and missile.
How we doing Knicks?
Then I can level it up.
User says, yay, there was supposed to be two. How we doing Dab Boy Brian FR?
There you go.
How we doing Pew Pew? How we doing, Alex? User How we doing, so Nas D? A big race war. You should look into this case. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's not really crazy. Things like this happen all the time in American history. It's just usually the other way around, where a white person kills a black person. And the jury is all white, and they acquit the white person if it even goes to jury. Like I said, for all the reasons I expressed earlier, it's regrettable.
How we doing, the GOAT? RBTHAGR says Sixers need you, bro. How we doing, Eugene Bingleberry?
Wait, does he not have his guns? Does he just have a regular blaster? What the hell?
How we doing?
Can I not leave the game once I'm in it? Oh, okay, I see. That's weird.
RBTHAGR says Mega Man Z for Zion. How we doing, Henschel fan? A Buckskit says Zion. How we doing, RB? Westang Carti says Francis Ngannou mixed with Zion. How we doing, Link with Red? How we doing, Westang Carti? How y'all doing, Zion Williamson?
They have passives, but they're locked. Why is he not using the gun that he has on his?
User says, have you also heard of the Rick Chow case?
No, I don't pay attention to these court cases as much. I don't do things for donations, brother. My attention, my words, my positions cannot be bought. So no, thank you. What was I gonna do? Why is it not letting me use his pistols?
How we doing, Michael? A Buckskit says okay. How we doing, Freedom Space Exploration?
You seem confused.
How we doing, Whammy?
Damn, dude, he's just not gonna use the pistols that he has on. That's so annoying, actually. Just gonna use a regular blaster. Can I change it when I start the mission?
How we doing, Jaden?
Try that.
Gaming says hello again, my love. User says
what's up, dude?
Then. How we doing, Mason?
That's what I'm saying. Like, let me use the guns, bro. What the hell? I was standing in the crowd waiting for. Dude, you're kidding me. Do I have to unlock the weapons separately from the character? Yeah, man.
How we doing, Papa Bear?
I don't know what these things do.
How we doing, Slander?
How do I get the weapons?
How we doing, Tim? Just Rob Gaming says why they keep calling you Zion Williamson.
This is what they do. Oh, do I have to unlock them separately like this? That's actually so ass.
How we doing, Just Rob?
Damn, bro. So I'm gonna get different characters, but be using the same weapons unless I unlock it. It's involved and kind of grindy, But I don't mind games like that, man. Like the formula for my content
Just Rob
creation
Gaming
is
says
to
how we
use
doing in the chat
gaming
bot. Thanks for
as a
asking.
backdrop
How we doing, Evan?
for social and political discussions. So the more the game has to offer, the better.
Turd Ferguson says Zion. How we doing, Tyson?
Some of these weapons look really cool. Some of them look like reskins of the same thing. But
How
where
we
are those
doing, Sarah
pistols?
Paramount randomly dropped an Among Us show.
There's an Among Us show? No, I haven't seen that.
How we doing,
Wow, the
G-Step?
blasters aren't even an option here.
Just Rob
It's
Gaming says
crazy.
you would love Metaphor re-Fantasio then.
What is that?
How we doing the coolest? Turd Ferguson says this isn't Zion.
Some of these blades look pretty cool.
How we
Still
doing Mark Ruffalo too?
mad that this one is from one of the Mega Man shows. Still mad that the pistols don't
How we
exist.
doing Andrew? Play the Outlast trials. Faramani says
Outlast, is that like the horror game?
How we doing Evan? User says yay, it's super scary. Andrew is getting spicy.
I can customize their armor, consumables,
How we doing Mountain Dew?
weapon XP program.
Chase. Raimondo says Zion Williamson. Andrew UHR says what am I
How we
doing
doing,
Fox? How we doing Nate Knowles?
Interesting.
How we doing? Linus Solo Swift says we need you to lock in next year. How we doing Ayano G? Andrew UHR
Tip
says
skill.
thoughts on FPS games.
Yeah, I like FPS games.
User says how we doing
Fire
Chase
and
Raimondo?
Iron
Every
Ball.
time I wear mine, after 30 minutes it hurts.
Maybe the attachment on it isn't the right size for you.
How we doing
They
Zach
usually come
Peters?
with like a small, medium, large option. And I
we doing now?
almost have you. Guess that doesn't cut it. Okay, so it's definitely like Maverick Hunter X where you
Keto.
get the ability of the
Says that
bosses
he
you
is a decent
defeat.
role player RN. He gonna come up dough. How we doing Damon?
The grocery store where I almost did 5 years and then
YGDM says
7
freaky
more.
ZEE.
Acquired material.
How we doing $1 her?
Almost got hooked on cause you ran away. Oh, so it's dependent.
How we doing you ain't blue, you ain't winner, says peaked in college.
Guess that doesn't cut it. And what does this do? Analyzes
How we
applicable
doing
weapon
Ryan
melee.
Williams NC? What game this is? User says
This is
this
Mega
game
Man.
based off of anime.
It's based off. It's just like a
How we
game
doing
series.
Michael? Andrew
They have
UHR
made
4
animated
FPS
shows
black
and
and
movies
white.
from the Mega Man verse. Here I go
doing, Cali?
thinking
Low
about
battery.
all the things I could have done. I'm gonna need a chip setup. Please select the
How we
weapon
doing,
to be
David?
equipped. I know we had our
Carter says Zion
problem.
Williamson
I
is
can't
cool.
remember
User says, do you
one.
like Legos? How we
I
doing
do like
Jason?
Legos.
Snacks.
You're gonna ask about Lego Batman? About you today, but I tore it all
How
up
we
and
doing?
then I threw it away cause I almost.
User says, nah, you already ready for that. How we doing Nas hand with index finger and thumb crossed? Andrew UHR says Spider-Man a top 1 superhero even though he's overrated.
Spider-Man is
How we
cool.
doing Greg?
What's the difference between this one and the other blaster? Inflicts
How we doing
35%
Rosario?
attack damage to the target. as opposed to, oh, okay,
User says, do you have
stronger.
any other hobbies other than streaming and gaming?
I like to
How are you
learn.
doing, Lucas Shinpa?
I used to skate a lot, but I got injured, so I haven't skated in a long time. But I live next to a skate park, so I'm going to start that. I might need to get a new
How we
board
doing,
though. We'll
Joseph?
see, because I think my board is a bit skinnier, but
Andrew
maybe I'm just
UHR
not
says
good.
user 85,929,264,859 IME. How we doing, Cheriprods? How we doing, La Flamai? User says that's a band right there. How we doing, Zay? How we doing, Dev? How we doing? I am taking JD. User says, do you have any mods?
俺は X 君を助けに来た
Nah.
How we doing, Nemo Jr. 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 PY says why bro look like Zion.
Oh yeah, Flame is here.
Johnston says Zion.
I forgot Flame was here.
How we doing, Easy Money Sniper?
So I can't equip the weapon
doing?
on the character screen. I have to equip it when I'm like starting the mission.
Zion. How we doing, Drew Hustle?
Executing means that's the one that has selected. Yeah, interesting.
How we doing, Sylvius?
Did I not already unlock
How we
this?
doing, Gaphorn? How we doing?
Okay, so if I go to the... Oh, this is how I selected it without... Okay, got it.
僕はアクセル
How we doing, Moneyline Husto? How we doing, Carson Johnston? Divine says, what is this niche game?
出番だね
Just Mega Man. I wish I could use those guns. That's so annoying, dude. You literally can't... It seems like those guns that are on the character are not an option in the game. That is
How we
insane.
doing, Mish?
So then they're basically all Mega Man clones, which is annoying because you get the character skin, but not
How we doing,
the ability to
Hardcore?
actually use the character, it seems.
How we doing, Taya's Megatron?
Different skill.
How we doing, Bray?
Oh, whoa, what?
How we doing, Trevor Klopsic? Ferris says Zion. How we doing, Logan? How we doing, Doc? How we doing, Binder Less? How we doing, Figgle Fart the Third? How we doing, Trev? How we doing, Noah? we doing durian? User says, why don't you engage?
Why don't I engage with what?
How we doing Wazibas Kensla?
Did you say something?
How we doing Jake?
Why don't I engage with what? Why do you think I don't engage with chat? Philly, appreciate the heart, man.
How we doing David?
You kids are so presumptuous. You presume
Says, thought bro was
plenty.
Zion. How we doing
You presume
sober?
often.
僕はアクセル
Big Philly says at user 941,550,346 he does do that. How we doing user? Progress over years says you in the off season.
僕はアクセル
How we doing it's meet 'em? User says my bad
俺は
G.
X
You just
君
quiet
を
IG.
助ける
How we doing Connor? How we doing Zeiss? Vivid Blue says you look like Francis NGANOU. Big Philly says he's just not gonna respond. How we doing Brock? He's gotten literally 5,000 times.
Oh shit, that guy killed himself. It's crazy.
How we doing Spoon's World R?
Billy, how's it going, man? How's your day? How's your weekend? What's going on, bro?
How we doing Big Philly? How we doing Carters?
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
How we doing progress over years? How we doing Sulu? Big Philly says I am doing that, my friend. After how we doing? Dog, get on. It goes live every other day. Pretty Boy Cam says how you think the Pelicans gonna be this season, Zion.
We're waiting
Elton
for
Tucker
who?
says Mega Man. How we doing, Bobo?
That's cool. Is he on TikTok? Yeah, this is Mega Man.
How we doing?
What does he
Crack
play?
Tooth, my friend Abdul from Gaza?
Is he on TikTok and what does he stream? Is he like gaming?
How we doing? Eltic Takaro says I want to play Mega Man. I like him.
Yeah, this game is fun.
How we doing? Username.
It was on sale, so I got it. It was like $9. I think it should have been like $5, but whatever, fine. It's enough content, I guess, to justify the price. Shit. Shit.
Eltic Takaro says on Twitch.
No, this is on PC.
How we doing?
It might be on Switch.
How we doing LSX? Jeremiah HH says yo WSPZIONS.
What's up, dude?
How we doing Wed Bananas big
Joseph
ol'
DeGoat
fat
says,
load. So this is what you do in the off season. Valley says you look how like we Jeremy doing
Lin.
Luisito? How we doing Brody Black Large Square? How we doing Ronnie? Big Philly says his house was destroyed and he moved into a new house.
You hate to hear it, man. But I think the fact that he's streaming is a form of resistance. You know, resistance doesn't have to look one particular way. Resistance is as simple as just living out your life. If somebody's trying to destroy you, destroy your way of life,
What was your reaction
erase
to
you,
Kirk's death?
simply living is a form of resistance. Living your life as
Eltic Tucker
as usual is a form of resistance. My
How we doing
my
Laura?
response to Charlie Kirk's death. I thought it was regrettable that he was murdered. I'm glad that he no longer is saying the white supremacist shit that he
How
was
we
saying.
doing?
Sa a, player.
How we doing? How we doing? Spice Go Busy says we're doing. How we doing Cal and Beck?
This is Mega Man.
How we doing Kay? How we doing Spice Goddess? How we doing OJ? Big Philly says Abo is a man of peace. He just wants to live his own life.
Yeah, most of us just want to live a normal life.
Has been following the CA governor race at all.
I know that what's his name just won the Democratic,
やるじゃないか。
or was it Democratic? It's like this Latino guy. I forget his name, but I think he won the nomination. I saw that.
Kay getting.
That's about all I've gotten.
How we doing Scargate? Celtic Takaro says
Flame, appreciate the shares, man.
How we doing Sola Trapozani?
Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Experienced any racism at your job?
he's
What do you think about Grand Planner from
he's
How
given
we doing?
establishment them. Plattner seems like someone who is an establishment Democrat that might be more sympathetic to progressive policies. If I experienced any racism at my job, not this job, my last job for sure.
Paul says Zion.
And the job before that one, no. The job before that, yes.
俺は X 君を助けに来た
行くよ
Yeah, Plattner seems
How we doing?
more sympathetic.
From voting for John Fetterman.
Oh yeah, you should. Fetterman was a grifter all along. I think people thought he was different because he didn't wear suits.
Texas that burns the Muslim Bible.
I didn't. Sounds like just another politician engaging in spectacle.
Big Philly says senators should not have 6 years terms. Celtic Takaro says I want more PPL to wake up to the class divide.
That's what I want too, brother. That's why I'm here.
Amr says I am assuming people have told him to look like Zion Williamson before law.
You would be assuming correctly. Look at you. Yeah, man. That's why we do the stream. You know, not every single second of my stream am I talking about the class consciousness, but
How we doing, B Dog?
the vast majority of my stream is that. I wait for people to at least solicit questions or ask questions. Because if I'm just talking all the time, no worries, dude. If I'm just talking at people all the time, that would get pretty old. And my goal isn't to preach, but to teach.
User says do Polo just call you Zion on live, but you are also in the real world.
Just don't lie. My health is really low. What the hell?
How we doing, Amers? Celtic Takaro says I think it's good to even just bring awareness to it just to be How we doing, Abbott Smells? Like TH philosophy.
Yeah, that's the goal, man. That's what we're
How
trying
we
to
doing,
do.
Jameson?
It ain't easy being cheesy, they say.
How we doing, Atero? Celtic Takaro says facts. How we doing XKALIBBR? Luisito is getting spicy. How we doing, Bryson? Left. Flammy says tap the screen.
Appreciate your flam.
Says all Congress people just have 4 years term. How we doing, Duncan McClinton? Paul says, what is this about class awareness you talk about? Just curious, quick X is fine.
What is this about class awareness? Question is very broad, but
Big Philly says, why do senators get 6 years and representatives get 2 years? How we doing?
The logic as expressed in the Constitution, or not the Constitution, but as I understand it, is so that the senators are less responsive to public whims, which just feels less democratic. But anyway, that's what they say. My goal for my stream is to educate people on the social and political state of things, such that people understand
how we doing, Jameis? Things
from a conflict theory, class-based perspective, and start to see all the ways that the ruling class, the capital elite, condition and indoctrinate us into separatist ideologies that cause us to dehumanize others and dehumanize ourselves. For an example of what a separatist ideology is, because this is jargon, race is a separatist ideology. Nationalism is a separatist ideology. There are ways of viewing the world in terms of in-groups and out-groups, wherein the in-group is seen as the sort of the sort of people deserving of humanity and human dignity, and the out-group are those undeserving of humanity and human dignity. And these separatist ideologies pretty much intersect with every facet of human identity, race, gender, class, national origin, sexuality, you name it. Try this one again. We lost too much HP.
How we doing, Zachary?
I hope that answers your question.
How we doing, Carson? Eltic Takaro says, good answer. Kafra Garrett Mills says, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How we
I
doing,
think because I wasn't using my blaster, that's why I lost so much health. I was using the sword too much.
How we doing? Username. Avekra Kisrek says Francis Ngannou. That you? Kafra Garrett Mills says, why do you keep ignoring the Zion Williams comments? How we doing, John?
What do you mean?
Christopher Paul says, I am actually very interested in learning about this very. How we doing, EV?
That's good. I think everyone should be.
Big Billy says, that's why I focus on class struggle, anti-capitalism. It unites everyone.
Politics and the state of our social life is not an option. We don't get to choose whether or not we are aware of it or participate in it. It's either you are aware and participate, or you are being exploited and aiding your exploitation. I still don't know what you mean by why am I ignoring the comments. It's like an absurd question.
How we doing, Bolzo?
But yeah, I think there's this prevailing ideology or way of thinking that says that politics is this sort of thing that people who are obsessive or kind of like kooky concern themselves with, and that is a convenient position for the ruling class that want an apathetic citizenry that makes no moves to try and change things, that is constantly kept unaware, apathetic, and kind of dumb about what's going on. So yeah, don't fall for it, guys. You should always be engaging with the political world.
How we doing, Fernando Maldonado?
The a lot of people try to, but when they try to, they are misled by the systems that exist that are quote unquote supposed to inform us. Right? The news is not a tool to be informed; it is a tool of the ruling class to propagandize the population. And that's exactly what it does.
Philly says that Christopher Paul dude, just listen. How we doing, Joe?
So there's this sort of there's this dilemma where the general populace is one propagandized by the news media and the education system, and even if one chooses or wills or has the desire to be informed, and they turn to the means that exist to do so, like the news media, they will simply be exposed to corporate and capitalist ruling class propaganda, and all the same things will be perpetuated. The separatist ideologies are perpetuated within these news agencies. The sort of notions that justify class exploitation and the positions of the ruling class are put forth and normalized as inevitable.
But I am just curious. Grandma is going off. Eltic Takaro says, hey, thanks for chatting. We'll be around the lives. How we doing, Kiri fan?
You got it, man. Catch you later. Thanks for engaging. Dude, I'm gonna lose my health again. Yeah, there are like lots of books that one can read. I think, sometimes reading these things can be like a heavy lift. So I would start with audiobooks. And I've suggested this app on my stream before. There's an app called Libby. It's free. Anyone can download it. All you need is a library card. Not to download it. Downloading it is free, but to use it, you need a library card. Well, guess what? Library cards are free. Go to your library, get a library card. Use your library card credentials to create an account. Then you can check out audiobooks and other PDFs for free. And so you can listen to these books for free and inform yourself about these issues. Because the news is not there to inform you about these things. And to that point, one book I would recommend is Necessary Illusions by Noam Chomsky. I think what this book does is it illustrates the way that the media ecosystem works to propagandize the population and distract and sort of perpetuate this sleight of hand that serves the interests of the capitalist class. So that's one. I'm not sure if that would be on Libby, but if that's not on Libby, I'm sure there are other books that would help educate folks around the social and political situation.
Trod says, what's up? How we doing, early extension final boss? Billy says Chomsky's manufacture of consent is goated as well.
Manufacturer of consent is go to Trey. What's up, dude? It's been a long time. How you been?
Well, Grandma is going off. Trod says I've been pretty good. How we doing, Jargire?
Not bad, man. Just living life, trying to do our best, trying to educate the population. Oh, yes, I've heard of that. I haven't read it, but I don't think it's for me. I'm already sold.
How we doing now?
Maybe there's some points in there that I could use to convince people. So maybe I should read it, but...
How we doing recycle comments for beginners, though?
Yeah. Yeah, they never tell you that Einstein was a socialist. They also never tell you that he did not consider himself a genius, but simply a hard worker.
How we doing, get it back? How we doing? How we doing early extension final boss?
Dude, these things don't die from the first hit, dude. Alright, I need to hit them while they're coming close and then switch to the blade.
Big Billy says how we doing it? Justin, all the greatest intellectuals are left wing.
Not a coincidence at all. There's no... So, I've been meaning to make a video about this, but I'll just talk about it now on the stream and then I'll use it as a clip. There's no such thing as right-wing ideology. And that sounds crazy, right? What do you mean there's no such thing as right-wing ideology? Of course, we see it everywhere. No, it's completely manufactured. All right-wing ideology is an excuse for state power and thus elite control. All right-wing ideology is a justification and an excuse for state and elite control. That's all it is. Across the board, everywhere. That's all right-wing ideology is. Even the like caricatures of left-wing extremism that we've sort of been shown in the West is just right-wing ideology. It's an excuse for elite control and state power.
Billy says it's essentially just tribalism, nationalism. How we
Let's discuss why this is true. Take all the things that right-wing thinkers, if we can call them that, believe.
how we doing edits?
What do the end and the way we can sort of glean, the way we can sort of figure out what the point of
How
their
we doing Jake?
or the purpose of their way of thinking is by looking at what the results would be, right? Like if they had their way, how would things end up? Well, if the right-wing folks had their way, the state would have a great deal of power, more so than they already have. The elites would have a great deal of power, more so than they already have. And that's it. That's it. Like, we can go into all the intricacies of it, but truly that's it. It's just state has more power, the elites have more power. To the question, what do you mean by what do we need liberation from?
How we doing?
We need liberation from the exploitation and subjugation of the global capital elite. So the people who own all of the companies, the people who have all the decision-making power within the institutions, the people who have all the political decision-making power and all the economic decision-making power. These things are truly one and the same, but sometimes we like to compartmentalize them. But that's who we need liberation from. The global capital elite.
How we doing no on, Williamson?
I don't think about it.
Says close enough. Welcome back, Francis and Donnie. Big Billy says if we're compensated more fairly for our labor, we can move on. How we doing NQ Mogs SSS? Selling for pigs only says healthy Zion looking good.
Damn, I'm gonna fail this mission.
How we doing S Imri?
Shit.
How we doing Mika?
I can't take any more damage.
How we doing Hey That's Me?
Is that enough? I don't know. This is getting a lot harder. But I don't really know how to upgrade my character. Maybe I should look into that. Maybe I'm under-leveled.
How we doing Alexander Oliveira? Powers and became unstoppable tomorrow. How would you go about fixing this issue?
If I got superpowers and became unstoppable, that wouldn't equip me to be able to fix the issue. The issue is a collective issue. One person can't fix it.
How we doing unfair plays?
I think what I'm doing now, and what everyone can and should do, is first, or let's to think about it this way. What are the necessary conditions in which we can gain liberation from the global capitalist class? First, the working class need to be educated around the social and political situation. When the working class is educated around the social and political situation, they will understand the need for a change and start to think in terms of how to bring that change into fruition. So condition one, the global working class is educated around the
How are we
social and
doing
political
Diddy's World?
situation. That's condition one. Condition two, there are members or actors
How are we
within
doing Andrew?
the crucial institutions, crucial economic and political institutions who are
How are we doing Close
in
Cell?
league and sympathetic with the working class cause, such that when there is a groundswell of grassroots
How are we
fervor
doing
for change,
GYGN?
these two forces can attack the capital structure from the inside and outside.
How are we doing Lucas?
So those two things need to happen, in my opinion, for change to happen.
How are we doing JB Couch? How are we doing West?
砕け散れ分かってる。もう大丈夫だ。
How are we doing High? How are we doing Chosen?
I should have been unlocking all these all
How are
along.
we doing TTN? How are we doing Win?
This one has so many skins.
How are we doing Kyle Richards? Big Philly says, what's your take on authoritarian left versus anti-authoritarian left? I know it's an oversimplified.
I think, well, maybe expand on what you mean by authoritarian left. Then we can have that
How
discussion,
are we doing
because
Ladarian?
I want to make sure we mean the same thing when we talk about authoritarian left. Because to me, authoritarian left is a contradiction.
俺は X。君を助けに来た。
Like, you can have a state planned society that
How are we
isn't
doing
left
Jamar
wing. Like,
Cesar?
for instance, the United States is state planned. No one sees the United States as left wing, and people will hear that and think it's crazy. The United States isn't state planned. Of course it is. Of course it's state planned. The US government gives subsidies to private companies to produce goods. It just does so in the private sector. The US government gives the Pentagon trillions
How
of
we doing
dollars,
Souls
and the
XK?
Pentagon gives these private companies contracts to produce goods. It's a state planned economy. It's just like extra steps. But no one would consider the US left wing.
Souls XK. How are we doing Kevin? Becoming a police officer as a person of color a good idea?
I don't think it's a good idea to become a police officer in general.
Some leftists openly embrace authoritarianism.
Hmm.
Kevin F says, I want to kiss you.
Yeah, I'm not aware of who these people are, but I would say they're walking contradictions. I don't think one can be in support of authoritarianism and be left wing.
Says, I want to kiss you.
I think that the examples that we've seen where authoritarianism exists and the powers that be espouse left wing, the powers that be espouse left wing ideology, I think they are simply right wing espousing left wing ideology. Why do I say that? Left wing ideology requires democratization of power. Authoritarianism is the opposite of democratization of power, and so one cannot be left wing and be authoritarian.
How are we doing George Smith? How How we doing leftwards pushing hand LGAN breezy rightwards pushing hand? Billy says glad you answered it that way.
Shit, dude, this is difficult. Oh my
How we
god.
doing Coach Sauce?
Shit. Jesus Christ, bro. They got me fucked up.
How we doing Yen? How we doing DJ? How we doing Adrian? Big Billy says I. How we doing Keone Coleman? And openly say authoritarianism is necessary.
Yeah, that's something they came up or they came across online. These are people who aren't critical thinkers. They've like stumbled on left wing ideology and they might be able to parse some merit from it, but then they just accept any other nonsense they hear online.
How we doing our awesome?
This idea that Tanky is like what, you can't be authoritarian and be leftist. Now, some people will argue that
How we doing normal?
to create a political situation wherein you have a state planned
How we doing Wreath?
a state planned economy, you need a strong bureaucratic state, and
How we doing?
with a strong bureaucratic state, thus you get authoritarianism. That's a valid argument. Now, I think there are ways
How
in
we
which
doing Nick?
we can have a strong bureaucratic state without it being authoritarian by democratizing it. And
How
so
we doing
the
Greg?
ways in which the bureaucracy makes decisions will be democratized within stages. Now, this process might
How we
take
doing one of one?
some time, but so is the nature of government. So yeah, it's not the case that authoritarianism is necessary to have a state planned economy. If that's what they're saying, I'm not sure if that's what they're saying.
How we doing JJ? How we doing music? How we doing Skibbity Rock? How we doing Ben? How we doing Emmanuel? Ryan Iskin says that.
Shit.
How we doing Job?
I think my health got too low. This is a hard boss.
How we doing Mushrico? Ryan Iskin says Zion Williams.
やるじゃんなあプレイ
Big Philly says how we doing Ryan Cross? Regulated or centrally planned, but keep the gov out of social issues.
人をする
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's.
Kuwata.
I guess it's what we consider social issues, because I don't know if it's as clear cut as that sort of
How we doing D?
rhetoric entails. But yeah, there are ways of democratizing
How we doing JD?
bureaucratically planned states that will curb authoritarianism tendencies.
How we doing Roman?
分かってる
It's like, do those people lack imagination or what? Like, I don't understand what's going on.
Big How we doing Cohen? Censorship or restriction of free speech is not necessary and inherently
分か
anti-left
って
wing.
るもう大丈夫
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Uncanny X-Men.
Yeah, that's not even a question.
How we doing RLCKYG?
Opinions about Stephen A. Well, it's unfortunate that we're even talking
How
about
we
it.
doing God says Zion. How many points will you average next season?
I don't know. I don't really have opinions about Stephen A. From what I've seen about
How we
his
doing the clutcher?
political leanings, I don't support them. I don't think he understands
How
uh,
we doing Ryan Croft?
the history. I don't think he I don't think his opinions are as informed as they should be for him to discuss the things he's discussing given his platform. That's what I think. I don't think his opinions are informed as they should be for him to be discussing the things he's discussing given the scope of his platform. I think he should take more
How we
time
doing
and
Utah?
care to inform himself critically, engage with the history,
How we
the
doing
literature on these various issues from across the board, from across different sort of lenses
How we doing
before speaking
Adonis?
on these issues. He hasn't done that. It's apparent in the things he says. But I think he feels as though, and this is the case for a lot of
How we doing
sort of
Bob?
successful people. Sometimes people get this idea that if I'm successful in one facet of life or one thing, it gives me sort of credence to
How we doing
speak on
Vegas?
other things. And this isn't the case, right? Being good at or being entertaining when it comes to talking about sports
How we
doesn't
doing Block
mean
Ravens?
that your understanding of the social and political circumstance is or holds merit. Um,
How we doing
but he seems
Benson?
to be under that impression. And he has a huge platform, so he goes out there and he says things, and that's what it is.
How we doing Braylon?
This is Mega Man.
How we doing? How we doing Gabriel Rosales?
行きます。
くだらね
Big Billy says it's so disappointing that so many online communists embrace censorship and oppression of dissent. How we doing YBG Wilbo? This game is so good, bro. JMVR
You
says Zion.
where are you seeing that, Philly? I'm not coming across that, but
How we doing
that is
WJA?
disappointing.
N says is that you Zion.
Yeah, usually I think this
How
game
we
is
doing?
pretty good so far. I'm trying to get a 3-star on that last mission though. We can't go out with 2 stars, Chad. That's a disgrace. This boss fight is kicking our ass.
How we doing JW? How we doing?
I wonder if I can level up
N says what
my
game is this?
blasters. This is Mega Man Dive Offline or something like that. Yeah, Mega Man X Dive
How we doing
Offline.
Sucker Free? Big Billy says they're usually the ones with the hammer and sickle in profile. Look up Madeline Pendleton on TikTok. How we doing? JMVR. N says on what console?
Yeah, I think if those people are saying those things, then they are claiming to be
How we
communist,
doing?
but they're not communist. You can't have censorship and have communism because censorship is undemocratic, and communism can't exist if it's
How
not
we doing?
democratic. These people are walking contradictions and they don't understand the things they're talking about. They're grifters. They're grifters. They're just
How we doing, Peter?
common
Says
grifters.
Zionism is inherently democratic.
It's inherently democratic. It can't exist without democracy.
How we doing? How we doing, Sammy? User says, do you believe? How we
It's-
doing, friendly? Booty.
No, because the capitalist system itself is not ethical.
How we doing
I don't
sand?
I don't believe that somebody can make like the nature of work itself is unethical.
How we
So
doing sin?
if and this is the only way to do so, to make any substantial amount of money within the capitalist system is to
How we doing
become
retry?
a capitalist, and becoming a capitalist is unethical. That
How we
said,
doing M?
I think capitalism as a tool,
So close to getting it, and then they take a complete nosedive.
yeah, I think capitalism as a
How we
tool
doing?
is effective, and there are ways one can utilize it to beget particular outcomes. Um, but it as a sort of major organizing economic principle simply won't do.
User says capitalism in theory. How we doing big problems that people can
Yeah, I think capitalism purely is like a death cult. I think there are capitalistic
How
principles
we
that
doing E
we can
minus
use
Redstone
because
RIP
it's a
money
tool,
sign
and
3
we
peso?
can like improve the tool to serve our ends. And so capitalism, like as it is
How we doing Robert
being
Stevens?
practiced, is a death cult. But there are principles within capitalism that are incredibly useful. I mean, have a great deal of utility,
How we
and
doing
we
George?
can sort of use those things because they're tools. That's okay. Like I believe in a
Nice says how we doing game
uh
players like.
I believe in a
Einstein
sort of
says sound.
limited uh pseudo private uh
How we doing
collective
Brent?
ownership of industries that are not critical to sort of the society's
How
survival.
we doing
So like
Nathan?
let's say like video games. Video games aren't critical to survival. If somebody wanted to form a worker co-op that had a degree of
Freddy
autonomy
says it blew
from
me
the
up. How we
corporation
doing Freddy G?
or
My
from
pajamas say I'm
the
starting to look like Zion
government,
Williamson.
sure, they can do that. Um, under uh, my
How we
understanding
doing Yen?
of communism, which I think is the best understanding of communism. I know that sounds like pompous, but I
How
haven't
we doing
heard
Ken
anyone
James?
articulate this, so
Blue Barney says
I'm sure
Zion
they're out
Williamson.
there.
How we doing Luke Zoc is immoral and it just doesn't work. It collapses on itself. It's not regulated.
Yeah, it like eats itself alive, and
How we doing
the
Sobeys?
capitalists recognize this. That's why they China is not communist. The capitalists
How we
recognize this.
doing
That's why
DW?
they allow for socialist policies to regulate to a degree necessary to keep capitalism from cannibalizing
How
themselves.
we
What
doing
are some
unknown?
examples of these capitalist policies that, or these socialist policies that the capitalists allow to exist? Social security is one. Unemployment
How we
is
doing
one.
LGHT?
Um, Things like that are socialist policies that the capitalists allow to exist because without it, capitalism would
Billy says it blew. How we
cannibalize
doing
itself.
communism has not yet been achieved.
Well, so
How we
X was
doing
super
Bean?
strong. Those attacks took care of that boss lickety split. Let's try a different game. Hope you get your
How we doing
ballroom
Derek?
floor. Swift rose red doors. The last thing you remember. It's been a long,
How we doing
lonely
bruh?
December. I wish I'd known that less is more, but I was passed out on the floor, and that's the last thing
How we
you
doing Fanza?
remembered.
How we doing Throbhard? How we doing Kodo? How we doing Buckians? Dot Nye says it's not possible to achieve on a wide scale.
Are you saying communism is not possible to achieve on a wide scale? That's not true.
User says if we could actually do communism right, it would be the best, but you know.
Why would capitalism be
How we
possible to
doing,
achieve on
Andy?
a wide scale but not communism? Like, why are you making that assumption? And it is entirely possible to
How
achieve.
we
These are
doing
just
Clubber?
social constructs created by human beings. So
Bingo
yes,
says
it's
Zion
entirely
Williamson.
possible to achieve. Long, lonely
How we
December.
doing Jonathan E.L.? Big Philly says why it's so unbelievable. How we doing a cobra compensated fairly for our labor? Dot Nye says I am not making an assumption. It's been proven to failure more than anything. How we doing Gunner?
That's not true.
User says we can always what if, but at the end of the day we have to deal with what we got.
Give me some examples of these.
How we doing Nate Locke?
Give me some examples of communism on a wide scale failing. So your claim was,
Poop Fart Slayer. Dot Nye says USSR.
it's not possible to achieve on a wide scale. So give me some example. Okay, so first of all, the USSR wasn't completely communist. Two, what stopped the USSR from
How
succeeding
we doing DJ?
in as far as success means that it's still around was the United States. The United States waged economic warfare on
How we doing Mr. Clean with hair?
the USSR so that it would fail, so that other nations don't adopt a communist system, because that would
How we doing Claudine Mookie?
be a threat to the U.S. Capitalist system, because capitalism needs infinite growth. It requires it. And to achieve that, it necessarily needs foreign markets to expand into. Well, if communism
How we
spreads,
doing YBG Wilbo?
even the sort of
Chase.
kind
says
of
racism matter?
kind of unfinished communism that was
How
the
we doing
USSR,
Sebastian?
if that spreads,
Dot Nye
it
says
limits
from Cuba.
the economies that American capitalism can expand into.
How
So
we
yeah,
doing Zion Clade says yo, what's up?
we've never seen communism as it is expressed. Cuba also wasn't communist because, again,
How we doing
communism
Yusuf?
means everyone has decision-making power, is democratized. That wasn't the case in Cuba either, so that wasn't communist.
How we doing
USSR,
Zulu?
there wasn't democratic decision-making power, so not communist.
It's hard to get
Um,
somewhere,
How we
and so
doing
the goal
XN
is get
Frank?
to that place, and the way we end
Yeah.
User says Cuba was pretty successful. Some Poale in Cuba even wanted back.
That
How we doing
Cuba
Crazy?
being successful or not successful is irrelevant. Did it have the necessary criteria to be considered communist? No.
How we doing
That's all that
Yaz?
matters. Did it have wide scale democratic decision making? No. So then it wasn't communist.
Dot Nye says yes. How we doing Random Black? H. Clade says communism as
What
a concept
does?
is a good idea, but it has never actually worked.
You guys keep saying these things that aren't true.
How we
What do you
doing
mean,
Logan?
yes, it does? What are you referring to when you say yes, it does? Damn, can I not
How we doing H. Clade?
have a windowed mode? That's annoying.
How we doing BA the Goat? How we doing your fellow monk? How we doing KCMG? Your fellow monk says Zion, are you going to leave the Pelicans and do a Durant, or stay and do a Giannis? User says I feel like talking about
How we doing?
communism is hard because there's so much bad and good. KCMG lol says are you Zion Williamson?
Well, then shouldn't that be the case
we
for
doing
talking
Bob?
about capitalism? And we talk about capitalism every time that we talk about anything related to our lives economically.
How we doing?
Um, like I said, I don't know if we can speak to the evils of communism when we've never seen communism acted out?
Big Philly.
How can you say something is bad if you've never seen it?
How we doing people hugging?
Follow your pride,
doing
my
true
soldier,
island?
and embrace your abilities. Take over.
How we doing? Can't have a government made on Marxism.
Why is that?
How we doing YM Drac
Think
K?
about now.
H. Clade says communism as a concept is a good idea, but it has never actually worked. How we doing? Ethan likes cheesy fries. Big Philly says right-wing chuds literally think communism is synonymous with authoritarianism.
It's never been executed correctly.
Byro Hansen.
But saying it's never been executed correctly is different from saying it's never actually worked. If it's never been executed correctly, then it's never been tried, right? That's like, that logically follows. Because what you're saying contradicts itself. If it's never been executed correctly, then it's never been given an opportunity to see if it would work. So,
how we doing? H. Clade. Gavin says,
who said that? Who said that? Why? Where are you getting this belief from? A lot of people seem to hold this understanding, this belief that communism means that effort is not compensated. Why do you believe effort is not compensated under communism?
How we doing, Carl OS?
Wow, this is the best I've ever seen this game look.
Nye says, why do you believe it is? How we doing?
Because if you work, you're compensated as you need to be.
How we doing, Gavin? Big Philly says in capitalism you are never compensated fairly for your labor no matter how hard you work.
Yeah, right. That's like one thing. This isn't Mario. That's one thing that comments sort of skirts over, that you're not compensated for working harder under capitalism. But let me debunk that claim that under communism you aren't compensated for working harder.
How we doing, Veggio?
That claim assumes that claim assumes a sort of circumstance of scarcity that wouldn't exist under a communist system. Because why would one work harder? I mean, it's like we all supposed to get. Okay, so that's not true. You're like repeating like Western propaganda talking points. I don't think Israel is taking over the USA. I think Israel is a partner of the United States. Israel is a settler colonial state. They're a partner of the United States. They are a client of the United States. They help to perpetuate U.S. power in the Middle East while they get to sort of expand their own national power within the region. And the U.S. turns a blind eye to their crimes.
How we doing, Clar NCE?
Why it won't work is that the U.S. won't allow it to work.
Instead of the CEO or outside shareholders. Isaac Luevano says, good explanation. How we doing, CJ, today?
Yeah, man. I was a teacher.
How we doing, PT?
I was a teacher, and I studied political science and sociology. This is what I spent all my time and money on learning. So there you go.
I am Sleepy Dog EJ says you look like Zion Williamson. How we doing, Jalen? If it could work, it would work.
Well, that's not how the world works. So I don't know why you think that's the case.
How we
That's a
doing, Avery?
fatalistic worldview that says like if things will just kind of happen on their
How we
own. That's
doing,
not how the
Michael?
world works, dude.
User says you can say that for basically everything pretty dumb reason. How we doing, Eric Zuniga?
But he's still proud.
How we doing? Nye says, do you believe the quality of life for the average person is better now or 100 years ago?
So here's another
How we doing,
capitalist
Jamal
propaganda
Johnson,
talking
baby?
point. Where this usually is trying to lead is to say, because the quality of life now is better,
That. How we doing,
and
Zachary Palmer?
capitalism has
Cade
been
says
the
put it in the middle and put it on top of the bottom left.
capitalism has been the prevailing means of
How
economic
we doing,
organization, then
YFKWX?
capitalism is what gave us uh, the improvements that we see. Sorry, I start to think about
How
this
we doing,
while
Paul
responding in any substantive way. But yeah, I disagree with this notion.
H. Clade says the all green one goes on top of the bottom left. How we doing? Wyatt KW says Francis Naganu.
What are you talking about? All green one.
How we doing, Curry Attic? Question TJO.
What is the question?
H. Clade says the one at the top.
Can you repeat the question? One at
User
the
says the
top.
question is basically already answered.
Oh, right. The question was, do I believe if, oh, so I was answering your question. I wasn't answering it the way that your question aims to sort
User
of
says, do you believe the quality of life
solicit a
for the average
particular
person is better now?
response.
How we doing, Big Phil?
Um,
This one.
so I was answering your
Clade
question.
says that one, yes.
It is not the case that whatever improvements exist within the world currently is a result of the capitalist
How we
system.
doing, Sports?
I know that's where you're going with this, but
Clade
this
says
this
put
is
it
this is not
goes
true.
on top of the bottom left.
The reason there are improvements in the
How we
standard
doing,
of
Dennis? How
living
many times
is
have you called
because
Zion or Francis?
there has been
Clade says I am not going to
technological development. Technological development
How we doing,
happens
GBC?
under any system. So there you go. Anyway, all right, I need to focus on this puzzle. This is like this guy's
How we
arm.
doing, Real Dick?
Where's this arm coming from?
How we doing, Lee?
It's not it. Am I bugging? I don't know if I have all the pieces to even make this happen. All right, maybe I don't have the pieces to solve this puzzle yet. Yep,
How
I
we
do
doing,
not.
Braids? Collects. True Eye Louis says yeah, but does technological development happen at the same rate regardless? User says, do you think the world advances
Regardless of what.
when how we doing, circa A M C A?
Well, that's another insane question because
How
it
we doing, Bob
assumes like this sort of necessary binary that innovation can only happen in war or outside of war.
How we
And
doing, Beckel Shamba?
the reality of the situation is the capitalist class, the ruling class
How we
invest
doing, the cop?
in innovation as they find it useful for their ends. And so it is not the case that war is what breeds innovation, it's investment. And if the investment was controlled by the majority of the population as opposed to a small
How we
few,
doing, Bessie?
that investment would be put into the things that we want to improve and innovate upon. So it has nothing to do with war. It has everything to do with where we invest our money and attention. So
Big
there you
Phil
go.
says it doesn't have to be for military. That's just the only thing our gov really invests in. How we doing, Colin Wright? Bessie says, bro, he's not Francis or Zion. Leave him alone. How we doing, Braylon following?
Are these not the clouds that
Nye I says war definitely is. How we doing, chef? The technological advancement.
It's not true. It's investment.
What would you do personally to make the world better?
What I do personally? Yeah. So I'm gonna restate this point. That's not true. It's not war. It's investment.
The need to protect ourselves. How we doing, RZK?
Nope. Again, it's investment. It's not war. It's investment.
How we doing, riddance?
What was the question? What would I do personally to make the world better? I would do what I'm doing right now.
How we doing, SS?
So it's not a matter of incentivizing people to invest. It's a matter of who controls capital. Capital is controlled by a small few. If capital was controlled in a way that like was democratic, one would simply need to sort of convince the rest of the population by making an argument. And if you can convince people that we should invest in this thing because it would better our lives, people will invest in it. But yeah, in terms of what I would personally do, I would do what I'm doing right now. I would what would I get rid of? I would put in place a economic system that is communist at its core, with some limited pseudo collectively owned private property that is separate from what is deemed necessary by the population to meet the needs of all members of the society. And so, for example, industries related to food or shelter. Nope, that's not the Cuban government. Things related to food and shelter might be sort of state planned, and things related to like entertainment might be sort of in the private sector with collective private ownership, as opposed to like one person being able to own that entire industry. Okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I forget how this game works. Oh, I have to come back.
How we doing, Feather Ohio on top?
Why do you keep saying that?
User says Cuban government has some keyword some, but most of it was bad. How we doing, Brandon Dunn? Says Mountain Dew and Doritos ad.
This person is spamming. It's gonna be a block.
Filthy Gaming says, brother, I thought you were Zion Williams. How we doing, Rob? AJ Get Bucks says Zion hop off the game. Tough Ash says you're Zion Williams.
Oh, that's why.
USG. How we doing, you Crody? Nye says, what about democracy versus monarchy versus oligarchy, which would be best for a communist nation? How we doing, Labacnes? TX Houston says Zion Williams.
So you're just like saying things. I don't know if you actually care to learn about anything I'm talking about, or even care to understand what I'm talking about.
Tough Ash Chomper says Zion, get back on the
User, this isn't true.
How we doing, TX Houston?
Yeah, I don't know what this guy is talking about.
Jay says Elon Musk. I love Leylane says Zion, get back on the court. How we doing, MTX loss? How we doing, a YOOTONY? How we doing, a Torres? Tough Ash Jumper says Zion you got practice dog lock in. How we doing, MRB? Jay says you look like if Elon Musk and Zion had a kid. Nye says most communist How we states doing, Connor S? Democracy. Connor S says hope everyone has a wonderful night. Filthy Gaming.
Yeah, we've been saying that. That's why we keep saying communism has never been tried. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Philly says at Luhai, so they weren't communists.
So they weren't communist, exactly. Like,
How we doing, Mr. Manoid?
Like, what are you confused about, dude?
How we doing, Jonathan? User says it goes in 1 year, it goes out the other. Jay says, how we doing, John Battles? Nye says they were communist nations in name. Big Philly
Okay, that doesn't mean they're communists. I can call myself, I can call myself Ultimus Prime. That doesn't mean I'm an Autobot. Like, what, dude? That's your argument? They're a communist in name? What are you talking about?
How we doing, Sajin Takar? Saying what there you want an argument. Max PR Vate says Yo Kamara Usman. Sportsier says Zion are tough. How we doing, Neil?
I don't want an argument. You're not displaying any desire to understand.
How we doing, God?
You're not displaying any desire to understand. Because we like say something and then you say something that shows that you have no idea what we just said. And then you like come back to a point we already cleared. It's like, why are you even talking?
Connor says I am trying to understand where you're coming from.
It doesn't seem like that, bro.
Almost hung up. How we doing, Ma Tribe? Pete Bagley says a J2 upong. How we doing, user? Not truly clearing any points. User says
okay.
You've been doing the exact opposite. How we doing, Max?
Not truly clearing any points. That's a good one.
How we doing, Timothy Cabbage? Nye says most things you say are simply vague. How we doing, old chief?
They're not vague. Just because you don't understand them doesn't mean they're vague. And you don't understand because you're not seeking to understand. When I say something and you don't understand, instead of asking more questions, yeah, you're not seeking to understand. You're not asking questions. You're like throwing counterpoints for things you don't even understand. So I reject this idea that you're trying to understand. You're not, because you're not asking questions. You're like throwing things in the conversation to refute what I'm saying, but you don't understand what I'm saying. And I know you don't understand what I'm saying because the things you say display that you don't understand what I'm saying. Guys, like this happens every time on this stream. Like there's like there's like so many of these guys, and like I have the same conversations all the time, and it's like it's tiring, but that's what I signed up for. I'm like, why are you all like this? And it's the reason they all say the same things is because they've all been propagandized the same way. So it's no surprise that the way they're thinking is all the same.
How we doing, Jared Grant? Elsie, Elijah says why you look so beautiful. How we doing, KD? Let me EYP. Could literally prove him wrong, and he would say you didn't answer it though. Mason McBride says anyone ever said you look like Zion. How we doing, JDKV? How we doing, Jesseth MPSN? How we doing, Doc T? Evo says I almost got up. How we doing, DQ? Nye says okay, so what country currently is closest to your ideal principles? How we doing, Mason? LC, Elijah says I almost...
Country that's closest. How do I drop the key?
How we doing, JDKV?
There's not a way to drop the key?
How we doing, Jahileu? Stoic user says Francis.
A country that's closest to my ideal. I don't know if there is a country. Oh, this is how I do it. I don't know if there is a country. Shit.
How we doing, Connor?
Let me think. Maybe there is. Let's see. So, interestingly enough, I think the United States is pretty close. I think given the amount of know-how, the amount of resources available to the United States,
How we doing, Dia?
I think the United States is pretty close. I think if you tweaked a couple things within the U.S. System, you would effectualize
How we
communism.
doing?
What's up, brother?
Nye says okay. How we doing, Sir Swag?
Shit.
How we doing just here? How we doing? Big Philly says China's centrally planned economy is definitely. How we doing, Stoic?
Yeah, I mean, essentially planned economy, like, you know, if you...
User says what's this game about? How we doing, Sebastian versus Zion?
Okay, so I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to even turn off the music because I, like, really want this to be a learning moment for you. I don't know who you are. You're just, to me, you're just some person on the chat, but I know you're a real person out there. You seem to actually care about these things. Please hear my words. Turn off your ego. Turn off your pride. Turn off whatever like triggers that might happen. Turn off whatever insecurities that might come up and hear my words. You have not been listening to a damn thing I just said. You've not been listening to a damn thing I said. You know why I know? That question you just asked, I'm going to pin it. And I'm not saying this to like come at you or embarrass you, but I need you to learn from this. You said, how about this? Do you believe a communist/capitalist hybrid could exist? Oh.
How we doing?
I sat here and at least for 5 minutes, I described exactly that. I described exactly that. I've described it multiple times in this conversation.
User says bro is in disbelief.
I am in disbelief.
How we doing?
I literally said it exactly. I answered that exact question. I answered that exact question multiple times. So you see what I'm saying? You're not listening. You're not listening. Because the question you just expressly asked, I've answered multiple times.
How we doing, Alex?
So just pause for a second and think to yourself, how is it the case that we've been conceivably having a conversation? We haven't been having a conversation because you haven't been listening to anything I've been saying. But how is it possible that we are having a conversation and I answer something multiple times and you don't hear it and you ask a question to seek that same answer? How is that possible? It's only possible if you haven't been listening.
How we doing, Estebastiaret?
You haven't been listening. Think about that. Think about that. Okay? All right, we can continue.
How we doing? Username. Davian Howard says, yo, put me on. Hold up Holden says, what happened? User says, dude is staring right at his soul. How we doing?
Nothing happened.
Nye says, I have said I am been trying to understand you.
Okay.
How we doing, Keegan?
It's we got a long road ahead of us, man. We got a long road ahead of us. Okay.
How we doing, Jay?
How a communist and capitalist hybrid could exist?
What am I missing?
My answer to that is what I said before.
How we doing, Tony?
You would have a system that is communist, that is core, with some capitalist policies.
User says if
These
user
capitalist policies would look like
prove him wrong.
these capitalist policies would look like limited, collectively owned
Says you low-key
pseudo private property. So, for example, you would have a planned economy wherein
Matthew.
uh, things that are necessary for the basic needs of humanity, think like clothes, shelter, and food, would be state planned. And things that are not necessary for life, like let's say video games, for example, would be allowed to be collectively, privately owned, um, and have some degree of autonomy from state planning.
How we doing? Son Ma says you got
As it does not hinder the ability for the state to plan for these crucial products necessary for survival. That is a way we can have communism and capitalism as a hybrid. That's the third time I've given that explanation. How many people listened? How many people are just? I'm not gonna swear. I'm not gonna swear. How many people are just talking? How many people are just saying things?
Says Zion. How we doing, Canymo? Says Zion Williams. .nice says I am not trying to prove him wrong. And user 859,292,684,850. How we doing, Cash? His idea is wrong. Hassan Ma says I'd bro communism, Buddhism, bro. You gonna fight John Jones or not? Davian Howard says, could you please elaborate on that nonsense? User says if.
Shit. Bro, I don't know how I'm supposed to do this.
Locked in ZZ.
Oh no. No. This is it. This is it.
Hassan
Oh
Ma, how we
fuck.
doing, Jakaramati?
Oh, I just gotta keep it here. 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 Keep it. Go. Go. Let's go. Okay.
How we doing, Jayachi Sale? Good point. You say yeah. What about this though? Dow RD book says Zion. How we doing, Alec Crab?
Shit. Shit.
How we doing, Abdul Ring Planet? Dow RD book says don't you play for the Pelicans? How we doing, DeFranc? Devian Howard says you obviously. How we doing, Marquis me on what I am missing? .nice says it user 85,929,264,859. There's a difference. How we doing, San Miguel Reels? San Ma says Francisik Nuanu stop dodging the John Jones fight. User says,
Wait,
yeah.
is that thing
How
just
we doing
dead?
attacking these Viki's veggie DCCs? How we doing, PP Rata? Davian Howard says Natumu.
Oh shit.
How we doing, Kendall? Hassan Ma says Francisik Nuanu, can I have you autograph? How we doing, Ed? How we doing, Jakes? User says, what's the goal of How we doing, Putitom? Dow RD book says your bio says you talk liberation. What do you mean? Ma says you kind of look like how we doing, coworkers?
I talk about the ways in which the global capitalist elite subjugate and distract the working class, and what we might do to go about alleviating some of that.
How we doing, rival?
That's what I talk about.
How we doing? I am not a Sonera. DARD book says that's valid for real. How we doing, Kenneth? Connor S says so in a simple way it's communism for needed things, but still allow the freedom for personal things. How we doing, Alex?
Connor was listening. Yes, Connor. Yes. Yes. See, it's possible to like try to understand what somebody is saying. And you see how Connor did a check for understanding? Connor reiterated what he thought I said so I can confirm or deny and say, no, it's actually this, or you got this part right, but this is what I mean. And then he can understand at least what I'm saying. And if he disagrees, we can have a conversation about that. Connor did a check for understanding.
Miles DeGoat says Yo Zion.
It's like, what the fuck? Like, see, now I'm swearing. I couldn't help it. I apologize. It's just so crazy, man. It's so crazy. Also, I don't know what to do with this damn puzzle.
Mr. Pineapple. User says why Zion playing Terraria, bruh. Davian Howard says W. How we doing, Yamalith Martinez? User says you gotta put $1 in the sweat jar, bro.
I know, bro.
Miles you is getting spicy. How we doing, Felix Jimenez? How we doing, Quinn? Hassan
No!
says you like boys or girls? SGD says I Zion. We need your help next season. How we doing, Tom? Says especially with its own statewide agencies and city-owned programs.
What happened? Hold on.
How we doing, Papa Jared?
Okay, when you brought up
Says, yo, you Jewish or can we run a game together?
US, I do believe it has many communist-like systems. Yeah, the US has. So I also talked about this, but now I'm going to be a broken record, so let's just move on. The US is a capitalist system with some socialist policies. Okay, it's not communist or socialist. What are these socialist policies? Social Security is one of them.
How we doing, Aiden Pardlow?
Unemployment is one of the socialist policies that exist in the U.S. These socialist policies exist because without them, capitalism would cannibalize itself. Capitalism would use up all the resources and create a situation where the workers could not subsist themselves enough to continue to work and to thus continue to produce for the capitalist class. I was never PR trained. I learn about the things that I found important, and I think about them, and I continue to learn about them and challenge the things I think and square up my understanding with other people's understanding and continue to develop my understanding. That might sound foreign to you. It might feel performative to you because you obviously don't do that. You could do it. I'm not special. Any human being can do this. So I don't know, like, figure it out, bro. Yeah, apparently.
Sometimes it's called social democracy, and the Scandinavian countries do it much better than USA. How we doing, Patrick? SGD says, what game are you playing?
This is Braid.
Says Zion Twin. Stay, follow. G is getting spicy. How we doing, Adrian? CARZZ. How we doing, Shettle Murray? Young Cookie says Mr. Williamson. How we doing, DAV? So you rather be called Spice God? Dot Nye says I was never trying to troll you. I just don't believe communists is for us to cannibalize itself. How we doing, Connor Howard says you have $1 million contract and you're still talking funny?
Communism at its core doesn't cannibalize itself, right? Because it's a planned economy. very principles of communism accounts for that. Dude, I don't know what to do here. Oh, it has to make it over here. Okay.
How we doing, Dylan CF? You said you would look good in some
Shit.
ways.
Shit.
How we doing, Young? Do a song.
Shit.
KTNU says we beat Trump, we don't play that communist cheat. How we doing, Aromada?
Oh, oh, no, no.
This is King
Fuck.
says Zion Williams WSP, my months. It's Angel says Zion lead the Pelicans. How we doing, Tony? How we doing, Tatiana Camargo? UTV says you'd be good on the Pistons, bro, trust me. User says, how do you support Trump after everything that's come out about it? Devian how we doing, says, Mac? Bro, talk to me. You running CTE for 15 mil? God Nye says only cause it's planned doesn't mean it's going to work.
Oh, I was supposed to speed it up.
Tour around the world. S says that he's not pushing for communism. He's pushing for a hybrid system. It's very different.
Why do you think it caps
How we
this?
doing, Connor S?
Why do you think it slows development? You're making like these.
Underscore S.
You're making these like
How we doing, basketball?
huge assumptions about how this system must inevitably operate,
Bro.
and it's just not the
How we doing,
case.
mister? How we doing, Blake?
Damn it!
How we doing, DRTX Isaiah BOYYY? How we doing, Nicholas Williams? Big Philly says the gov can run these industries not for profit. They just provide the service at cost. How we doing, Zach? KTNU says at Connor underscore S, you get it. How we doing, Ghoul?
No, 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 no! Come back! No.
How we doing, True Steam Clean and Restoration? Knight says Francis Damon.
No, I'm gonna leave and come back.
Blue Hop communist agenda never works. How we doing, Xavier? Keegan. Knight says Francis.
Just basing it.
How we doing,
Sorry, I
Francis?
didn't see that
I
message.
can't even focus on the game with all these comments, lol. Big Philly says.
I'm just basing it off the history of communism in ran countries that have existed. Okay, so do you remember what we said about? Do you remember what we said about those communist countries were not communist? Do you remember that? And do you remember about the economic warfare that was waged on them by the U.S. to protect its expansion into foreign industries? Do you remember that part? Do you remember that part? So many fucking mobs, dude.
How we doing, Kirkedits? Nye says yes, I remember that part.
Okay, so then it's not the case that these communist countries then like could not plan for their economies. It's the case that the American capitalist system waged a war on the communist countries so that American capitalism would have room to expand. I already fucked it up.
How we doing, Trent Hoffman?
It would be communism with pseudo capitalism.
How we doing,
Damn, bro.
DAV? How we doing? KTNU says true, but also we're taking over at the right time to improve our own economy. How we doing, Big Guapa? Big Philly says bro in the chat is just a big fan of the price gouge, I guess. How we doing, ABC?
I don't even know what people are talking about anymore.
How we doing, Noah Bear Green? It's not fair, but Trump is no GAME.
Bro, I don't know if I can beat this.
How we doing, Elijah Laborde?
Bro, I got it pretty
How we
close
doing,
last time.
SLA Carrot? How we doing, Aiden MB? KTNU says that Big Philly only the poor feel issues, but user says, do you own any jewelry? Big How we doing, Payton? What's he done to improve the economy? Dot Nine says it's hard to believe that a U.S.-led country would be self-sufficient enough. Dollar D Book says, how we doing, Michael? Individual.
Why do you think it's hard for you to believe that if you don't understand communism and we've never seen it in practice? Why do you think it's hard for you to believe it? Do you think it has anything to do with you being socialized and indoctrinated in the capitalist system? Because I think so.
M. Beckett says, AO, how we doing, Gene Bell?
Oh, please. Oh, come on. Oh, ah, yes. Yes, most Americans. Yeah, they can exist. Why not? These bunnies are trying to kill me. Die, bunnies.
How we doing, the KNW?
Kill your mom.
KTNU says year one. How we doing, Crush? All about making
those companies can exist as long as they don't interfere with what is necessary for the state to plan.
How we doing, Nova? First class.
Shit.
How we doing,
Shit.
Zarzada?
Shit.
Congress says people mix up
Shit.
what the Soviet Union did and what communism is supposed to look like.
Shit.
Now RG Book says self-sufficient. How we doing, CJ Watts? Market.
In no trade or foreign market. No. You can have trade in foreign markets. Those markets would just trade with what the state produces. Also, guys, understand that state planning is what we have right now. Everyone is so confused because they confuse. Okay. Everyone stops. I'm gonna turn off the text to chat so I can explain this because people are so confused. I'm not trying to come at you guys, but like y'all know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Okay. So the United States economy is planned. Oh, wow, that's crazy. That can't be true. Yes, it is. Let me explain why it's true that the United States economy is planned. It's just planned in a way that obfuscates how it's planned. And so people can't easily see it. Okay. The private companies make the goods for the most part. Yes? Okay, we understand that. And people think because private enterprise is what's making the goods, then it can't be that the state is planning. Well, that's wrong. How do we know that? The state subsidizes the private institutions, the private companies. The state, I'll say it again, subsidizes the private institutions and companies. The state gives them contracts to build specific things. That's planning. That's a plan.
How we doing at?
What else could it be? The Federal Reserve plans the interest rates, which dictates how much money there is to invest in particular industries. That's state planning. It's just state planning to benefit the capitalist instead of the workers. So let go of this idea that like state planning is gonna like kill everyone or be disastrous. Because guess what? We're living in a state plan society.
How we doing, Junior?
It's like what I think what frustrates me is that people are, even when they're trying to understand, like the degree that they've been propagandized makes it so difficult for them to do so. Makes it so difficult that they inevitably um like move to defending and justifying the capitalist system and its exploitation without even knowing it,
Chris?
without even understanding it.
How we doing, Hold Up Holden? How we doing, Imbono? How we doing, Purdue? How we doing, Nate? Says I am not defending capitalism nor communism. France has a.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying people.
How we doing, User?
What does France have to do with any of this?
How we doing, Day?
Like, why'd you bring France up just now? What the hell?
Got nice as I like the way you do, honestly. How we doing, Chi Wong?
All right, I need to move that block back there, but I'm not sure how that happens.
How we doing,
This-
Loa?
How do you move that?
Baby, says Francis Nagunin. How we doing, Jen.pa?
Might not be able to do this. I might need the ring first. Because it needs to come down, but
How we doing, Money Mill?
it doesn't respond to my time warp.
Alpha Nutella says look like Francis Ngannou. How we doing, Alpha Nutella?
Oh, shit.
How we doing, Money Nutella? LMAO. Got nice and we need more free thinkers. How we doing, Index pointing at the viewer?
Yeah, good luck with that, brother.
How we doing, Blake? Iceman says YOOO.
What's up, A?
How we doing, Day? How we doing, Isto Irie? TV show.
I don't really have a favorite TV show, but right now I'm watching Avatar: The Last Airbender for like the 4th time, and it's
How we
peak.
doing, I? How we doing, Connor S? How we doing, Jared Manning? How we doing, Chuckster? How we doing, Tyler? Connor S says at Lou, Wab, I completely agree with this. Debates are some of the most important things we can do.
It's necessary for a democracy to exist. It's necessary that the populace debate their ideas of what makes the most sense and what could most benefit the society.
How we
Without
doing,
that, there is no democracy.
How we doing, Jaziel? Goop says, how we doing?
I like ramen. Speaking of, I shouldn't go out to eat. Ramen is just the best thing ever. Oh shit. Shit.
How we doing, Dimitri? How we doing? How we doing, LJ? LJ if says Zion Williamson? How we doing, Big Philly? How we doing, Bryson? How we doing, Andrew R?
Fuck.
Big Philly says my friend Abdurazik from Gaza is live. He'll check in later.
Or Philly, catch you later, man. Tell him I said hi, bro.
Dot Nye says debate's been the best way.
I hope he has a good stream.
Especially when it's people who truly want here.
Yep.
How we doing, Oaqueer?
Nothing down. Is there another key upstairs? I keep getting smoked, bro. Oh, shit. That was kind of slick contract. Wait. Oh, god damn it.
Sim.
Is there a key I missed?
Dot Nye says I do apologize if you felt differently. I wanted to see consistency in your claims.
Yeah, I
How we
mean,
doing, user?
I'm not just out here talking, man.
Mark the Bold says, hey, how we doing, Anab?
What's up, Marky? Bro, yo, there's another moth, bro. There's so many moths.
How we doing, Marcus
Dude.
Bolden?
Like infinite moths, bro. They keep spawning.
How we doing?
Like moths carcasses all over my studio.
How we doing, Fried?
I don't know what to do about this damn door.
How we doing, Barnett of Duke? Mark the Bold says, what's the game?
This is Braid.
How we doing, Irrelevant Native? How we doing, Lethai Cook? How we doing?
Wait. Wait. Oh. Okay, I think I got it. Because that key is still down there, right? Or did I use it? Oh, no, I think I did use it, right? Yeah, it's gone. Fuck, dude.
How we doing, Zany? How we doing, Key?
All right, we'll press on and try
How we
coming
doing,
back.
Senna Christine LAMBOU? Looks like Molly.
Yeah, it's a bit inspired by that.
How we doing, Translucent? How we doing? Blake Burleson says anything but basketball.
Oh, first boss fight,
How
bruh.
we doing, Isula Prods?
Bruh.
How we
Yo,
doing, Ryan?
how am I supposed to beat this thing? I think I need the ring.
How we doing, Blake?
Oh, I don't need the ring.
How we doing, Swagger? How we doing, Zany? GSW. Mike says this dude always talks about some BS. How we doing, BM Bot? Mark, did I tell you about Clover in the comments? Brother. How we doing, Day? DJ Riley says anything but making the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't really care
How
to
we doing here?
filter the comments because that's just gonna work against me.
How we doing, Dean Wong? How we doing, Yellow? How we doing, Justice? How we doing? I am just here, FR. I am. Kane says Zion Williams. How we doing, Dry? How we doing, Preston Khan? How we doing, Dalt? Wood. How we doing, Noah? How we doing, SHIFY? How we doing? How we doing, Victor? JX Suick says love the lives, bro.
Appreciate you, man.
Frankie Good says Zion Williams. How we doing, Kane?
No, that's not it.
How we doing, Jordan? How we doing, Nico? JX Suick says Knicks in 4. Blueberry Muffin says ZIO. How we doing, Peyton Maine? MMSPAJ says I am fine. Why we locked in like TSA? How we doing, TRN? How we doing, Blackskin Inhibitor?
Oh! No! No!
Rosie says
Ah!
friend.
Fuck.
How we doing SMD Bozo? Blueberry Muffin says how we doing Hasway? How we doing Hasway? Lazyman and how we doing MRX?
Damn it, dude. I always do this.
How we doing helmet? How we doing Chicken Little? How we doing JML? How we doing Rose Cho? How we doing Gabriel?
No, 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 no.
How we doing Will Skip?
That's supposed to go up, bro.
How we doing?
Shit.
How we doing Cold Jade? How we doing J. Cole Tolson? How we doing Elijah? How we doing Lilrizz? How we doing Mason?
Did I make that?
B Diff says why are you so beautiful? How we doing Jackson? How we doing Kale?
Does it start falling as soon as I...
How we doing Jose? Manny says Zion. How we doing Kendall V? Tyler. Campiam says what's the game? How we doing Aragorn?
This braid.
B-Diff says
There's just not enough time.
how we doing B-Diff?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Fuck. Shit.
How we doing Bobo the Elf? How we doing T Jizzle? Jake, Ranieli says Francis Ngannou. How we doing Ty? How we doing Corey MF? How we doing H? Manny. B Diff says why are you so beautiful? DV says how we doing Cole? Nichols. How we doing, the man? Promoting homage says almost made me hang up. How we doing?
Does it tell me if I haven't gotten the puzzle piece? So this means there are 2 puzzle pieces left? Ah, yep. Oh, shit.
How we doing, Jason? How we doing, Mason Sadness? How we doing?
Wait, what?
How we doing? How we
I
doing,
see. I see. I need to not rewind at all. Hits.
How we doing, Matt? How we doing, Corey Wing Planet?
Oh!
Wheeler says how long you've been streaming for Charles Barkley. I see you live like all. How we doing, RJ?
Dude, I need a...
World says you're giving the chip next year. How we doing, TK House? How we doing, rural outro?
Oh!
How we doing, D's World?
No, I can't rewind there either. No, dude. Oh, fuck.
How we doing? How we doing, HM?
It's just... Oh my god, dude.
How we doing, IDK? How we doing, Sam SC?
So you can't go from the... Alright.
How we doing, we out HR? Riches, N. Rags says hi.
What's up,
How
dude?
we doing, Wallace? How we doing, Pinky? B Diff says, why are you so beautiful? How we doing, Jay? Luke Rothstein says, Zion Williamson. How we doing, Kachi? How we doing, B Diff? How we doing? Tone Band says Zion Williamson. B Diff says Zion, what you listening to?
This is Lincoln Park.
How we doing, CAYLEBLUD? How we doing, RX? Luke Rothstein says good night, Zion. How we doing, L Rothstein? How we doing Bollywood stunt double? Bollywood stunt double is getting spicy. Francis Ngannou. How we doing Cookie Monster? B Diff says Zion Watt U averaging next year. How we doing Ron? Jamal says Zion. How we doing Pranav Bugga? B Diff says are you for real Zion? How we doing
Havlax
pouring
says you're the
liquid?
goat.
How we doing Drake? How we doing circa.hap?
It's almost impossible to hold still
How we doing Leo?
the way it was.
How we doing? How we doing Matt?
The best is inside my yard.
How we doing Jay? How we doing you? B Diff says Zion lock in next season. How we doing J-Mill? How we doing Top Eater? How we
Insider
doing Ray
Sukiyomi says,
VQQ?
"Is this Zion?"
Malopictor says nice shirt buddy. How we doing Nancy McMuffin? How we doing Eric P? How we doing Wasami Salami? How we doing?
Sounds like Groot's got
B-Diff
that
says
toothy
Zion
bastard
Watson
under
is this.
control. Better not come back here and try to finish chewing through my ship!
How we
Or
doing
else.
Axel Ford? Natagadlevsky says Zion, what's up?
Rodent, make it fast, and then I'm getting started on some weapons upgrade.
How we doing Lipper? Unda says Zion, you were good in high school.
Can we talk for a second? Are we okay?
Oh, tip
How we
top,
doing
Captain.
Mr. C?
So that's a no.
Why do you care? I'm just here to fix things, right? Who cares what I think?
Rocket, please. Just because
we
I don't
doing,
always take your
Mizukami
advice
Sean?
doesn't mean I don't listen to you. We're a team. Everybody's got an opinion.
So, you'd rather listen to Gamora?
Gamora?
How we
Gamora
doing,
knows her
Yasin
stuff,
BCI?
man. She's the navigator. She navigates the stars and planets and,
Malopictor says stop trying to
comets.
look like Zion, bro.
She
How
navigates
we
comets.
doing Rich? Christian. Miller
sometimes.
says Nate.
And Groot is our,
Jay. Unda says Zion,
special
low-fi
vegetation
and gay.
specialist. His opinion's valid, too.
And
How
Drax,
we
what
doing
makes him so great?
WYO? Dracio.
He's, tactical. Tactics. The man is such a tactician.
And then there's me, the
Miller,
guy
how
who
we
gets
doing?
mad and starts shooting up the place instead of following the plan.
Come on. You're a valued member of this team. We started this together.
How we
now
doing,
we need
Sam?
to make something profitable of it. Something lasting. We could go to nowhere like you suggested. But if we don't pay that fine,
Natalia
Nova Corps
Lefsky
will
says you
come
are good.
for
How
us.
we doing Nate?
How do we make money then?
Maybe paying our fine makes some sense.
Exactly. So let's just get it over with and move on, right?
How we doing?
We'll see. There. Happy now? We done?
Tell me, rodent, would you have harmed the llama creature if the tree had not removed it?
How we doing,
You
Tata
think?
Bonnie?
That thing's got it coming.
I would prefer if you refrained. I would prefer not to have to
Willingdon
remove
says
your
Zion
arm.
Williamson.
What the? Why do you care
How
about
we
that
doing,
llama
Dave
now?
Owner boy?
We have removed it from its natural habitat. We must now tend to its needs.
Yeah, as if.
How we doing, Caleb? How we doing, Juan? How we doing, Bayleaf? How we doing, Noise? How we doing, Nigerian Prince Todd?
One fine. I doubt even you could break that.
How we doing, Trevor? How we doing, J. Aiden to Shifty? How we doing, Juan?
Oh, nice! You made a cute little pen.
Yeah, it better stay out of my fur.
How we doing, Kia? How we doing, MJK? How we doing, GOGA? Wavy. Simba says you.
Yo, what's up, Simba?
Penny for your thoughts?
How
What
we
is
doing,
a penny?
Andrew Jet's military helmet?
It's money. Like units.
This is
Say it
Guardians
means
of the
I'd pay
Galaxy.
to know what you're thinking.
We must use our currency to pay the Nova Corps fine, or we risk...
How we doing,
Drax.
the Thachycrat?
Just tell me what's up.
SLWSTR.
I am realizing that I do not know as much as I thought I did. Our visit
we
to
doing,
Seknarf
Say?
9 was not what I
Simba
expected.
says, bro, you always
Because
come.
Lady Hellbender isn't a giant?
She is definitely not.
For the most part.
That is only part of it, Peter
How
Quill.
we
On our
doing,
way
Eli?
to her fortress, I realized that many of my assumptions about this team have been incorrect as well.
Really?
The assassin and the
How we
rodent.
doing, Horror Golden Eye to the max?
Without them and the tree fighting nobly beside us,
SLWSTRDE says
we
Zion
would not be alive right now.
Simba, how you
Told
been, man?
you, they're not bad people just because
How we
they have a
doing,
bad
Lucas M?
past. Life is complicated, Drax.
DEARDOWN is
Tough.
getting spicy.
It was. I had a family that I cherished and a
How we doing,
certainty about life
BEARDOWN?
that I no longer
Simba says I've been
possess.
good, bro, WBY.
I'm sure you'll find it again.
Not
Just
bad,
give it some
man.
time.
Same old, same old. Been alright.
How we doing, Young Dollar Imba?
Gamora, did you find...
How we doing, George?
Are those dolls?
Yes. No.
Wavy. Simba
Doesn't
says
matter.
we're getting the Halloween game.
The Hallis Hope's in the Teo system. Coordinates are in your
Oh.
coins.
Doing slow stride.
I'm not familiar.
So, why'd you close the view screen?
None of your business.
Isn't it though?
How we doing, Luke
Sounds like
Quaterbacher?
you're trying to hide something from us.
Yes, I am.
How we doing, Jason? DG.
Hate to disappoint, but
Rachel
I
says
saw
I am.
everything. Didn't really peg you as a doll collector. And yes, I
How
value
we
my
doing,
life.
Mr. J. Pups?
Peter, I'm not gonna kill you for asking about my collection.
That's good, because last time...
So what if I collect them? A lot of people have hobbies.
How we doing?
Groot collects plants. Rocket's obsessed with bombs.
Yeah, and Drax has a lot of really scary-looking knives.
How we doing, James?
See?
Says Ick, you get tired
Nothing
the
out of the
silent
ordinary.
I guess.
Gray Chop says
You
I
know, as a
think
kid, I collected stuff
All
too.
but says
Nah.
Baseball cards, action figures.
You
How
think
we doing?
collections are childish?
No,
No, I'm definitely tired.
That's not what I meant.
I'm messing with you, Peter. I don't care what you think. I'd just rather keep my hobbies to
How we doing
myself.
JJ dotted line face?
Time's ticking away, Peter.
How we doing random?
Corral is probably monitoring this ship, waiting to see if we make the right choice.
JRL G says Yo Zion Williams, the first knew that. How we doing Gray Chopped? Miko
You made
Hensley
the
says
right
Zion.
call. Rocket's idea wasn't.
Okay,
How we doing,
Corral,
Z?
get ready to be impressed.
Your ex-girlfriend's waiting.
Another moth.
How we doing Chris? The average guy YY says How we doing real vibes? How we doing Yared?
Looks like your girlfriend held up her end of the bargain, Quill.
Do we know for sure it's her?
How we
Checking.
doing Jay? The interlude X says Zion, you ready for next
Same
season?
designation as before. It's definitely Hallis Hope.
How we doing Miko? Closing parenthesis question mark. Kate.in. How we doing na dollar CHADON? The interlude X says
Oh, what are they doing to my ship?
Relax. Standard Nova Corps procedure. My
How we
ship's
doing
fine.
Nick?
Which part?
Ask Quill. He's the one who keeps crashing it.
All right.
How we doing
Let's pay
Justin
that fine.
Kretzer? Rockstar says what game?
This is Guardians of the Galaxy.
How we doing Frankie Lugs?
They said you talk.
How we doing the average guy?
Gamora, you've been in a Nova station.
The
You
kids
got
are such
public
clowns,
restrooms?
man.
Guy YY
We have a
says
toilet
Ngam.
right here, Groot.
I am your biggest fan.
Our bathroom is quite cramped for a being of his stature.
How we doing
He
Regain
can
as
bend.
God?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Could use some improvements, but all in all, I think it's a solid like 7.
Yeah.
How we
Looks like
doing the
every other
interlude?
Nova Corps station.
You can get it on sale. I recommend it. I got it for like $8.
Okay,
How we
here we
doing
go.
just scrolling?
If they so much as scratched her paint, we get Nova Corps to reduce
How
our
we doing
fine.
Tyler? Simba says
Good
what
luck
other
with
type
that.
games you like
It's
playing?
gross negligee.
Maddox
Negligence.
Garage says, "Hey, Francis,
That's what
do
I
you know the
said.
game?"
Right now I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy. That's
How we
pretty
doing,
fun.
JD? Let me UIP.
I'm playing
Where is
Final
everybody?
Fantasy 7 Rebirth,
Most
Final
Nova
Fantasy
stations are
15,
heavily
playing
automated,
this,
all synchronized
playing
by
like
the
Mega
lower
Man,
Ethan Yarragon.
It is unsettling.
playing Red
Not like they had
Dead,
much choice after the war.
and I
Too
just
many
got Resident
seats,
Evil
not enough
6,
fun.
M ship.
and a
Designation
ton of other games I'm playing.
Holding space
back here with my ship!
R734PL. Present validated ticket to kiosk prior to
Ticket?
departure.
Let's just focus on the fine. They need to
How we
remove
doing,
that tracker
HRRY?
thing anyway.
If there's one scratch on
If there's any scratches, I'll buff them out myself.
Cordera says Zion Williams.
that, I gotta see.
How we doing?
Flarkin knew I should have stayed on board.
Coming, Rocket?
How we
Yeah,
doing?
yeah.
Uncle?
What's up,
Says,
baby?
did you mute the chat? Wavy. Simba says stop saying his government.
Why can you not hear
How
it?
we doing Maddox? Luke says Zion.
What kind of name is The Rock, anyway?
It is factually
JD
accurate.
Would you believe the name's got nothing to
How
do
we
with it
doing
being on a
Colton
giant
Davis?
rock?
I would not.
Never mind, I
So
hear.
why is it called that?
No idea. That's just what I heard.
How we doing Rick?
Okay, it's not supposed to be this empty.
Says Zion Willems.
Is it a holiday?
Space cops don't
User
take
says, "How's the
holidays.
game going?" How we doing Blaine Dodson?
I just loaded this up. It's not bad.
We're here to pay a fine. Looking for Centurion Corral.
How we doing?
That's so funny.
Door's locked.
Well, we tried. Come on, let's go.
We're
Oh, that's spam, so you're muted.
How we doing?
Man said I
Ryan
don't
Smith?
talk. Imagine that, chat.
not leaving. We'll go to them if we have to.
User says you
Look,
look tired. You
the
should
door
get some
controls are on the other side if we can get you there.
rest. How
No,
we doing? User eye.
I screwed up my sleep when
Now
I
I'm
pulled an
supposed to hack
all-nighter.
Nova Corps security?
I mean, if you don't think you can.
How we doing, baby whites?
We are discussing breaking into a Nova Corps facility.
It ain't
User says
breaking
we've
in
all
if
been
no
there.
one's here.
Rockstar says
That is precisely when one would break
How we
in.
doing, Holden?
I don't know. I play a lot of games, man. I already answered that question like 5 times.
There's
Check
the
out
big
my
guy.
clips. You'll see clips of
This
the games I
machine
play.
appears to be inoperable.
Maybe they're just all out of your flavor.
Perhaps we simply need to wait our turn.
Highly doubt it.
How we doing, yeah, boy?
There.
According to the monitor, there's 9 people ahead of us. But no one's here.
User says this game story. How we doing, Roy Porter?
Ain't this the
Yeah, that's Guardians of the
Remember a
Galaxy
space
for you, but
combo?
right now it seems pretty
Isaiah to
straightforward.
MD.
Odd.
What is? I mean, besides all of this,
There's nothing. Not even a welcome screen.
it is
How we
on,
doing,
right?
Chill?
They're always on. Constant connection to the world mind. That's the point.
User
This
says
one's
your
been
chair looks
severed.
lit. What brand is it? Noah Too Tough says. How we
I don't know
doing,
the
Gordon
brand.
Panduro?
Any chance they're all just on break?
Groot says the kiosk still says open. I say it ain't
How
our
we doing,
problem.
TRXAZ Ace?
Hey Drax, get me a can of Power Star, would
Keep his
you?
eyes open.
The machine is inoperable, and I am not in the habit
Pretty
of
much.
using
Soups
units.
fan.
I never said I'd pay you back.
Fresh as grass says I almost hung up. Troglodyte Bites says, are you Francis Kid? How we doing, Sabin FL? User says this the perfect game to not fall asleep. Gentrified. How we
All right,
doing, LXE?
there's an air duct in here. Could be a way in, Rocket. Think you can squeeze through this vent?
If you can get it open, I ain't that flexible.
How we doing, Sincere?
Drax.
I am of no use.
How we
here.
doing, Lost? Troglodyte Bites says a Tarian. He looked like Francis Ngannou.
Groot, could you help out?
Wow.
How we doing,
At least be
Descent?
polite.
You do it.
Absolutely not.
There. One open air duct.
Now we have
How we
damaged
doing,
Nova Corps
NH
property.
Top 5 though, bro?
Just a little. All right, Rocket. See if this vent leads into that other room. And be careful.
How we doing, LXE?
There's
Big
something
Lows?
screwy with the power grid. It's like they're on backup only. I'm syncing the schematic to your visor.
User says if you're tired, how
You
we
can
doing,
do
Bryce?
this the
Don't
whole
force yourself, don't
time?
get burned out.
Follow the circuits and let me know
DJ
when
says
I'm not forcing myself, man.
you have to pick and choose where
I'm not here because I want to like stream
How we
longer.
doing, Fresh as grass?
I would just be laying in bed and not fall asleep. I know. It's like, I'm yawning, so you think I'd fall asleep, but I won't.
How we doing, up?
It's too much on my mind. Target a node and press Y to redirect.
User says how we doing?
That's
Watch
a
and
door.
The wrong door.
Still, progress.
How we doing, Jacob?
Flarkin' right I can. Oops.
Oops, what?
How we doing, Night Wild?
Yep, it's locked.
DJ says
Thanks for
this.
taking my work.
Prepare to be amazed.
Is
I can't
Guardians
think
of the
how many
Galaxy.
monsters
How we
we'll
doing,
need to
Leon?
sell to pay off this fine.
We're in plain view of security and no one's come running. I'd guess they're not watching.
Remind me to steal a
How we
pen or
doing?
something. We'll find out.
Omar says TF is Zion doing? How we doing, DT?
What's going
How
on
we
out
doing,
there?
Blue says Zion?
What? Ow! Flarkin' Nova Scott!
How we doing?
I didn't trip something. I just rerouted something a little prematurely.
Hey, it's a bathroom.
How
Anybody
we
gotta
doing
go?
ASAP perps?
The only place I want to go is out of here. Yo, Quill. Anytime now.
How we doing Savvy USA?
Flarkin' right, I can.
How we doing Omar?
Prepare. Hey, I
How we
think I
doing?
can set off the sprinklers from this thing. Does that help?
Version X says
Only if
who's
you wanna
Zion?
get
Why do they call
wet.
you that?
Yeah, good point. Watch and learn.
How we doing Sino Roshan? Trusted Sab Trader says Zion. How we doing Ahmed?
We'll find out. Prepare to be amazed.
How we doing Shay? Brood. Drama says you still cracking. How we
Moria
doing
knows
Sportsky? Ralph JPG
This
says
thing's
Zion.
got false positives all over the place.
How
I'll
we
have to
doing,
do a
Damon?
relay.
Is that supposed to mean anything to us?
No, I just wanted you to know how difficult it is.
How we doing I see? Isaac.
I just don't get
Right, I
these.
can.
How we doing?
This Guardians of the Galaxy.
How we doing Irvin T?
We'll find
Peter!
Hey, that sort of worked.
Rude. Drama says
some
JMAC.
extra juice.
How we doing Gabe.best? Zion Williamson. Ernie. V says thought you were Zion for a sec. How we doing Skeleton Blocks? Craigatatted says what's this game spice? Brood.
The Guardians of the Galaxy.
How we doing Vitoxin Grande?
Door's
Watch
closing!
and learn.
Comments.
Well, find a way to power both circuits leading to the door.
How we doing?
Flarkin' right, I can.
Brood. Drama says you're supposed to be at practice.
Prepare
There you go,
to
buddy.
be
Free
How we
soda.
doing Tax Cal Edits?
I will not add theft to our list of charges.
How we doing LLL?
I'm definitely tired.
Presto!
Again.
Watto?
You know, ta-da!
That is no more clear.
Doors open.
How we doing Josiah?
He is conspicuously silent.
Good point. Hey, Nova! We want to pay our fine and get your Kraken tracker off my ship!
Gamora's right.
doing,
Keep it
Trap?
down, Rocket. Something's off.
Exactly why we should get to the Milano and go.
As soon as we've paid our fine, we need to get rid of that Nova tracker.
Well, there's more than one way to shake
we
the
doing,
tail,
Andrew?
Will.
The rodent is most qualified to speak on tails.
Someone out there!
How we doing Krago?
So we just gonna ignore all that racket?
We don't need to get dragged into someone else's problems right now.
At least we agree on that. If it ain't got nothing to do with
How we
getting
doing,
my
Case
ship
MFAG?
back,
Now this place brings back memories.
Did you once serve with the Nova Corps, Peter Quill?
What? No! But I had to stand in a
How we
lineup
doing, Jay?
once, maybe twice. Anyway, good to be on this side of the glass.
1, 2, 3, 4. Nope.
How we doing
Hey,
PANAR?
you're holding someone from Earth.
A little weird in
A
this
guy
game.
named Jack Flag.
Ah, do all you Terrans have ridiculous names?
No, just the cool ones.
How we doing Crayola Longway? Craigatatted
I think she looks
I ain't
different,
making any
but
progress here.
I think she looks fine.
I'm getting a real haunted mansion vibe from this place.
What's
And
the
none of that
Jive
squeeze
Turkey
run
status
away
right
with you.
now?
Let's just transfer the units like normal people.
What do you mean? Like,
Elevators out.
But the shaft above looks open.
gotta be more
You can use
specific.
it to climb up there.
You expect
How we
us to
doing,
walk
Cooper?
on that thing? Oh, crap!
How we doing Javeson?
Ooh, Spooky. Hello?
How we doing?
Oh, the look on both your faces. A bunch of babies. Oh, you were too.
How we doing
Are
some nibba?
these?
Centurion armor!
Says Francis
Yup.
Ngannou.
Feel free to try one on, Quill.
A true warrior requires no armor.
Says
For
CI
real?
NNN.
Can I try one?
How we doing cornball?
If you want to get fried to a puddle of goo, each one is gene-coded by the World Mind.
Are you saying the World Mind has the genetic code of every Nova
How we doing
Centurion?
to John FCMO?
Yup.
Brady Patton
Word
says-
is, the bugs tried to use that against them in the war. But that's one supercomputer you can't hack.
Yeah, it came out like a little bit ago, and it was kind of like
the
a
only way forward.
like a lot of people kind
I
of
didn't
passed
sign up
over
for
it.
getting chopped in two just so you can make your girlfriend proud.
It is more likely that
How
the
we
door
doing,
will
AC?
repeatedly crush your tiny bones.
How we doing RDR?
Yeah, I mean I have to shift around here and there, but generally it's fine.
While the door is open.
Do I look like an idiot?
Slim says Francis. How we doing just Jarvis?
This room is austerely presented.
How we doing Sean?
Oh, that was almost worth it.
Can you play as the Reckoning? Erasmus says
You can only play as Star
What do you
Lord.
think one of these suits
like
would
4
go for
hours.
on the black
how we
market?
doing Cole?
Don't even think about it.
I'm not gonna. I'm just asking.
Jonah says Zion. Is how we doing Greg? Dalton. C. Kennard says, is this really Zion? Craigatatted says that's super lame.
Maybe we can cut the power.
Yeah, that's one of my gripes.
TNT guard C.
I do not play Marvel Rivals that much. I've played it here and there. I have some clips of it, but yeah, that's one of my gripes. I wish you could play as every member of
How should I know? I'd need to get a look at the mechanism.
the Guardians of the Galaxy.
How we doing?
Ah, no wonder the door's all jorked out.
All right, let's hope that holds. How come this one gets its own room?
Looks like a workshop.
How we doing
You know,
UCNT
I hear
guard
they
C?
anodize these things with some kind of Zendarian smart metal.
Metal cannot be smart.
Smarter than some.
How we doing JT? Craigatatted says they make you play as the lamest
30,000.
What?
Units for one of them suits.
Rocket?
It's gotta be close, right?
I love when
Of course,
you
you'd
play.
have to unlock.
How we doing New Orleans, Lil Louisiana? Says UNCI literally bought this for game $8 yesterday. Imkareem says Zion.
Oh yeah, is it still on sale or did you get it on PC?
Craigatatted says refund it.
Where'd you buy it? No, I'm not gonna refund it. I have fun with it.
How we doing LUVMAX? John gets how we doing Angel? Yeah, it was on sale on PlayStation.
Nice. Okay, so it seems like they moved the sale from platform to platform because I got it for $8 on
How we
PC.
doing I? HWL says thought this was Zion Williamson.
Yeah, I think it's well worth $8.
Jack says Frogo.
I think if you could use all of the Guardians of the Galaxy and their attacks were a bit more punchy, it would be a solid game.
Centurions are tougher.
More nothing.
There's gotta be an explanation.
The House Hope is a capital ship. Maybe they're all
No,
there for
but I
some
heard
reason.
that one was
Maybe
really
this whole
bad.
place is contaminated with Vormirian pox.
Have you played it?
I am experiencing a mild itching sensation.
Yeah, and I got a real pain in my
How
ass.
we doing renews it?
Rocket, do your magic.
No.
What?
I said no. When are you gonna come to your senses, Quill? And then
How we
what?
doing, ZY?
He's gonna drag us halfway through this station if we let him.
How we doing YBG Wilbo?
Drax, think you could pry the door open?
Not without purchase. Perhaps you should negotiate with the rodent.
Craigatatted says what about Gotham Knights?
Okay.
Game trash
We
too. How
try
doing
one
Noah
more
G?
room, and if we still haven't found anything, we leave. Deal?
Fine. One more room, not two.
I heard Gotham Knight was pretty bad. The Lego Batman game looks fun though.
we doing Hunter? Elchunk says this Scion. How we doing JQ?
Door's flarked. We ain't going back that way.
I thought the Nova Corps had more shifts.
Angel says
I heard they got staffing
How we
issues.
doing
From who?
SBDB?
People in places with other people.
Peter Quill. I found this.
How we doing Zier X Deluxe?
Sector 1, check in. Sector 1, sweep complete. 75% acceptance rate. It is
How we doing
as she
Unknown Wizard?
promised. Have faith.
Elchunk says have a
The
good night.
promise will be made real. Proceed to Sector 7. With faith.
Well, the
How
good
we
news
doing,
is
J.
we're not
Drew?
alone. There's lots of chatter.
Tell him I want my ship back.
My ship.
I sense there's a bet.
But it sounds like they're searching for something or someone.
Could explain why no
How
one's
we
around.
doing
Who
Indie
gives a
Joe?
flark? Tell them to get their golden butts up here.
The promise will be made real.
AOJG says
Proceed to
bro
Sector
suit up
7.
with the Hell's
With
GMG.
faith. Sector 3.
How we doing Chase like SFD?
Let's keep looking.
Or we could focus on getting off this fracactus space station.
Elias,
The
how we
door's
doing
flarked,
Elchunk
remember?
and Francis
There's
Conroy?
ways to inflark things, Gamora. Believe me.
Bombs don't count.
What about that?
User Case
Where do you
says
think
this
that goes?
Francis NGANU.
Down.
How we doing
Enough for
Angel?
me.
Hey, what happened to one more room?
You said the door's busted. I'm sure it's just a little further.
You ain't sure a scut.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Mostly sure. We found something, didn't we?
So why the flark? Didn't you speak up?
It was...
How we doing maybe Michael?
There they all are.
Something's not right.
Oh, Flark.
How we doing Coach? Elias said
Ugh.
says yo.
This is a mutiny.
It was an execution.
I ain't never seen cops kill each other.
We've got to play this smart until we
How
know
we
what's
doing
going
Death
on.
Note? Your dad
And which
says you
side
see yourself
survived?
beating this game?
Yeah.
All right, everyone stay low and follow me.
There's something off about
How we
them.
doing Dan?
Look,
They're flarking glowing. Seems a safe bet these are the... Go!
How we doing Kavunction? Elias that Boyd Tough says are you top 10 UFC fighters ever?
Let them have it!
Won't be destroyed.
How we doing Triss?
Surprise! It's payback!
Guess what goes around comes around!
This is payback for all them market tickets! They are undeserving of the Nova
How
Corps
we doing
uniform!
Caleb PT?
And that weird glow isn't helping!
You like the Avengers game? How we doing Fabio?
Never played it. No, and that also seemed pretty bad.
Planning an ambush!
Danger close, Rocket! You're up, big guy!
Meet your maker! Looks like the whole station's gone nuts!
Big guy, 12 o'clock!
Current time is irrelevant.
There! Kill! Now!
How we doing Asterisk?
That is much
Asterisk
more
Ghost
informative.
Those who resist must be purged!
Bet they weren't expecting company!
How we doing
We
this
caught
man?
him purple-handed!
about time! Looks like we caught them with their pants
How
down!
we doing Piggy?
Talk about a rude awakening!
I ain't gonna end up like them other Novas!
I can't believe they killed their own guys! Work for that fancy pants Nova Corps on, I swear!
You always said it! Let's kill this guy!
Unleash me onto these fools!
How we
Time
doing
to
Josh?
shred them!
I'm on it!
What would make them turn on each other?
There is no excuse for that massacre. I will end you.
Yeah.
Anyone seen Nova Corps
How
glow
we
like
doing
this
James
before?
Anderson?
Could be some new model?
has passed.
Bet you Gold Domes didn't expect us!
My blades will be the ultimate surprise. More traitorous Novacore scum for us to exterminate. This quarrel
No, I don't play Marvel Rivals.
by Novacore.
I don't think these count as Novacore anymore!
Oh, Gamora's not looking so hot!
Welcome, Dave.
Put! I'm coming!
One. Edit says Zion.
Just what we need! A bunch of Novacore gone nuts!
Let's hope it's not all of them! Right with you, big guy!
How we doing with the
Great! Just what I needed! More nutty space cops!
Don't stop pulling that trigger, dude!
How we doing Anthony?
What would make them turn on each other?
Budget cuts!
Get back out there!
Past time
How
someone
we
got
doing,
stabbed! You don't stand a chance!
Heads up! He's got mine!
In my feelings!
Stop the car! Less lethal? No hearts like that! Get your ass over there and hell through!
Damn.
How we doing KAYDNN? KAYDNN says anything but playing basketball. How we doing Bray? How we doing the
Big
real
guy,
Zach?
12 o'clock!
Current time is irrelevant. Bear, kill, now! Ah, that is much more informative.
Those who resist must
How
be
we doing
burned!
Swanson?
I played one of them.
How we doing Kid
Mines are starting to kick me off!
How we doing FBXDX?
No mercy!
It's not the shield, it's the mind! Enough already!
I agree. The electric-wielding Corpsman must perish next.
I see it!
Crazy
Shields down! Nice one, Drax!
Medina.
He'll be feeling that one!
It's all you, Gamora!
I thought you'd never ask!
Bust out the smart bombs!
How we doing outside?
Peter Quill, I have rescued you.
Drax with the assist!
My limits are being tested.
Might want to check on that, Peter!
My great strength goes underutilized. Another wave of ensorcelled Novacore men approaching.
Guys,
Michael.
I'm in!
Looks like even she's got her limits!
Can I pick her up?
That was
I'm
too
glad the
close!
space cops... Wowberry needed help!
Feel my wrath.
I'm ready! Find me an opening!
How we doing?
I don't know what's wrong with them. They just keep coming!
How we doing KAYDNN? How we doing Jason?
Rush him, Drax!
Well, more weird fucking heads!
Prepare yourself, thief.
That floaty mind guy is really starting to take me over!
Perhaps you should avoid
Looks
that.
like even she's got her limits!
says I like it.
This has got my name on it!
How we doing off? Ladies had it says I feel like this game is usually Englishman says Zion. How we doing, Gavin?
This part's so hard.
Riley will touch you, says Zion. DM me, boy. How we doing, Trilly? Too smooth. Fataman says Zion.
All right, we're gonna call it here.
How we doing, Isley Spaho? Riley will touch you. How we doing, Michael Esparza?
What's up, Riley?
Woe says he genuinely don't like game called Zion. Craigatatted says I was just about to say you.
It's not that I don't like it or I mind it. It's just there's nothing to say to it, bro. How many times do I have to say this? There's nothing to say to it.
Zion BS says Zion Williamson.
Like, what am I supposed to say to that?
How we doing, Eagles edits?
Like, you want me to be like, yeah, Zion, yeah. Like, every time someone says it, like, what do you mean, bro?
Craigatatted says literally, bro, what do they expect?
They don't know what they expect, bro. They're just talking. They're just confused children. Except some aren't children, some are adults, and they're still confused. Just, you hate to see
How
it.
we doing, Texas Camp Ventures? Craigatatted says damn shame.
Damn shame indeed.
How we doing, Nick?